Recording in progress.
Қайырлы таң.
Hello, dear colleagues, dear friends. Welcome everybody to Medical University of Astana. Dear colleagues, today we are going to have international summit Academy of the 21st Century standing at the vanguard of medical education, science and practice.
And gain a lot of valuable experience, knowledge for our professional activities. Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, the School of Academy has the changes, especially this decade. University became not only a place where we would gain knowledges, but actively we would be engaging in discussions of the entrepreneurship, digital skills, and having broader spectrum institution paradigm of the development of universities always changing. In which directions the academy of 21st century should be changing. That is why we have this summit dedicated, and within these 3 days, we will try to look at the last trends and mainstream development vectors. This summit is organized by the university as well as Yale University and Developing University of Israel. And nowadays, we see that the changes in development, that is why we have organized Ariel University. We had international courses and we had conducted the comparative analysis of the Israel education in medicine, as well as the education in medical sphere in Kazakhstan. Last year in September, we had in Israel the summit, and nowadays the medical summit had been agreed to conduct it here together by the leading by the rector of our university and all of the speakers and experts. We have today experts from Japan, South Korea, many other countries, and it's also going online. And I would like to express my gratitude, sincere thanks to the organizing committee of summit led by Kamujal Targash Nadirov. I would also like to express my gratitude to all of the stakeholders as the national agency of the Kaz Innovation, Kaz Innovation, and summit had been organized by the roundtable, the roundtable meeting that we had beforehand under the president in the Academy of the Education under the president of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Colleagues, this summit I hope that will be very interesting and useful for all the participants, and I wish the fruitful work for all of you.
Для эффективного развития
For the effective development of the university, we will need the support from all of the branches of the power and parliament, and broadening the autonomy and independence of the university is happening because of the support by the parliament, Senate chamber, as well as the Majlis chamber. And nowadays we are preparing very important draft legislation project which will help us to prepare the scientific workers as well as the experts. That is why I would like to give a floor to Akhmaral Alianazarova, the member of the Senate Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Dear participants of the summit, distinguished guests and colleagues, today I would like to congratulate you with the opening of such an interesting international summit.
Dear colleagues, our guests, distinguished participants, rectorate who are here today, represented by medical universities of Kazakhstan and many other countries. I'm so glad to see here. I see Mr. Pinteli here. I'm very glad to see all of you here. We have conducted work, meticulous one, I would say, because even though country has a lot of resources, natural resources, technical resources, the most important resources, the human resources. So that is why the head of the state is paying attention to these direction. Nowadays, we are enlarging our financial aids and supports. We had amended legislation. As Rector already mentioned, we're preparing new law, and nowadays in the parliament, we are preparing legislation, the insurance and support of the medical workers. It's one of the new directions for the medical workers, and we will have serious amendments in order to support the prestige and status of medical workers. And for protection, we will have the social measures envisaged by the legislation project, which had been done by the decree of the head of the state. And we know that our medical workers are the guardians of our healthcare, and nowadays we are preparing and upbringing, let's say, new generation of medical workers and supporting nation's healthcare of our independent state. That is why the role of the medical university is very important. That is why Parliament, especially Senate, Chamber of the Parliament, is ready to support, including in supporting the legitimate side. Last 3 years we're working on it, and the volumes of the financing had been enlarged twice. Today, the quantity of the grants and scholarships to the master's degree, residenture, and internship and fellowship had been also increased twice. All of this dedicated for the enhancing the capacity. Overall, the quality of the education is quite various one, and it is under the eye of the government, and those measures that we are taking are contributing to the quality and level of the education. And we have been working with medical university, and it's not enough yet. We will be continuing to work with the universities, and today's summit is very important. And in a global world, in science, education, all of it is integrated right now. And huge medical universities and institutions are combining their strength in order to be stronger. And nowadays we see trans-border combining in order to have systematic results. That is why this summit, I think, is a bright example of absence of borders and the lines that we had before. And organizing all of the education system is important. That is why I hope that we will have new international projects, scientific projects, new ideas, new traditions will also appear. Dear distinguished Academy members, our foreign guests, experts, teachers, medical workers, I know that you're contributing a lot in order to enhance capacity of all of our countries, and you would like to share your experience with Kazakhstan. For us, it's an honor. I would like to wish all the best, good luck, and I would like to assure you on behalf of Senate of Parliament, I am ready to support all of the initiatives on the legislative basis. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maral Sharibaeva. We know that all medical community feels the huge support. She's not only Senate, she's also our colleague, by the way. She's her education, she has medical background, and that is why we think that we will have logical conclusions. And as it's been said before, science doesn't have any borders, any lines, so that is why cooperation with all of the other universities in other countries is developing. And in the work of the summit, we have colleagues from Israel, 20, I think, colleagues came here. So that is why I would like to express my gratitude. And I would like to say that partnership in order to enhance the potential is very important. Hundreds and hundreds of the medical workers had been exchanging experience and going other countries, and there had been made lots of changes, and everything is, all of these changes are happening because of the specialists from Israel, from other countries, and we have specialists and rectors who had been enhancing their capacity, as well as having the trainings abroad. And I would like to give a floor to Ambassador of Israel, Israel, Republic Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Edwin Natan Yabo-Glusman. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear authorities of the university, dear members of Senate, members of a panel, students, colleagues, and fellow citizens from Israel that are visiting Kazakhstan. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests from around the world, good morning to you all. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the International Summit Academia in the 21st Century, standing at the vanguard of medical education, science, and practice. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and the advancement of education as we navigate the complex landscape of the 21st century. Today, we stand on the verge of a new era in academia, one that is shaped by unprecedented technological, social, and global changes. The challenges and opportunities that lie before us are immense, and this summit serves as a beacon of hope and a platform of meaningful discourse, collaboration, and collective action. In this rapidly evolving landscape, our commitment to the pursuit of knowledge, critical thinking, and lifelong learning has never been more vital. The 21st century presents us with the exhilarating task of remaining and redefining academia to meet the needs and aspirations of generations to come. We must adapt, innovate, and transform our institutions and practices to ensure that education remains a powerful force for enlightenment, progress, and positive change. Throughout this summit, we will explore a wide range of themes, from the digital revolution, impact on education, to the global challenges and opportunities that require interdisciplinary solutions. We will engage in discussions about inclusivity and diversity, recognizing that true progress in academia can only be achieved when we embrace a multitude of perspectives and experiences. Distinguished speakers and panelists hailing from diverse backgrounds and disciplines will share their insights, experiences, and visions for the future of academia. Through their collective wisdom, we hope to chart a path forward that embraces innovation, nurtures creativity, and instills a love for learning in the hearts and minds of all. Moreover, this summit is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is a call to action. As we convene today here, let us remember that the knowledge we generate and the solutions we propose have the power to shape societies. Academia in the 21st century plays a crucial role in advancing medical education, science, and practice. It stands at the vanguard of these fields by driving innovation, fostering interdisciplinary collaboration, and adapting to the ever-evolving healthcare landscape. In summary, academia in the 21st century plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of medical education, science, and practice. It adapts to the changing landscape of healthcare, integrates technology and innovation. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all speakers, participants, and organizers who have worked tirelessly to make this summit possible. Your dedication to the pursuit of knowledge and the betterment of education is truly inspiring. Thank you very much, Rahmet.
Thank you very much for your speech and good wishes. Уважаемые коллеги, сегодня с нами также
Dear colleagues, today with us well known Petukhova. She learned in our university, and also she's working in Senate of Parliament. Nadezhda Mikhailovna. Good morning, dear guests. I'm really glad to greet you, and I'm really glad to watch as my alma mater has changed during these years. And today is International Cooperation. Students of MOA University have opportunity to know all the practice that are existing in the world. And today it is really important that our state pay attention to the stuff due to medicine sphere, and effective staff preparation is really important in our sphere. And today, very big improvement, as Sharikbayevna Akmaral mentioned before. It will prepare such kind of students which will be very good, very well prepared, and will be scientists in our branch. And it is really important to say that today all rectors of Kazakhstan are presented here, and not only capital universities have opportunity, but also regional universities have opportunity to participate in these projects, and they have opportunity to achieve all the improvements and methods that are existing. So the program is really interesting, and in my opinion, this summit will be successfully held, and all opinions will be is going to be shared today here, and all the necessary issues will be discussed. I wish you fruitful work and very good time spare for our guests and prosperity for our young generation of Kazakhstan.
Коллеги,
Thank you very much, my colleagues. In the frame of development of Medical University of Astana, we had a very good support from our rector, and this rector has very good much experience. So he was an initiative in Ariel University and supported cooperation with our university. As I said before, that about all active things that which was made before. So as a solution of our university, so we have made we have given him a position of rector. Спасибо.
уже и походка поменялась.
Спасибо огромное.
I'd like to thank the faculty of Astana Medical University, the Senate, Rector. For me, it's a great present. It's a great honor to be part of you. And I will do my best in order to make our collaborations very efficient. Для меня это большая честь.
For me, it's a big gratitude to do everything that depends on me, and in order to have strong relationships, and that as I am the part of this university, is that right? Let's work. Thank you.
In English, dear distinguished guests, ministers, rectors, the ambassador of the State of Israel, academicians and representatives of Kazakhstan, Israel, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Uzbekistan, Japan and South Korea. I'm delighted to welcome you all today and congratulate you on these exciting scientific discussions, presentations by scholars from various countries, forums for rectors, deans, young researchers, and much more that lies ahead of us. It fills me with excitement to stand before you today, surrounded by individuals who are playing an important role in achieving our shared goal of academic excellence. It is an honor to be part of this significant event, and I extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your invaluable contributions. Over the past year, in collaboration with our colleagues and outstanding leaders from Astana Medical University, we have worked tirelessly to make this event a reality. Research teams from both Astana and Ariel universities have held numerous online discussions and on-site visits to explore opportunities for research and academics. We have fostered strong relationships between researchers, students, and administrative units, steps that are essential for successful long-term collaboration. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizing committee of the summit, led by Kamaljon Talgatovich Nadirov, rector of Astana University. I also would like to express my special thanks to Natalia Melech, the CEO of MVI Medical Center, for initiating the relationships between our universities. Thank you, Natalia. I look forward to connecting with each of you on personal level, and engaging in meaningful discussions. The opportunity to meet face-to-face, share experiences, and exchange ideas is truly inspiring. I believe that these interactions will act as a catalyst for further academic and scientific progress, promoting innovation and collaboration among us. Now, allow me to share some personal emotions. I was born and raised in Uzbekistan, and I take great pride in having brought this rich tradition and values of my upbringing to Israel. Whenever I visit Kazakhstan, I feel at home. I see it as my mission, both as a rector of an Ariel University and someone who grew up in this region, to foster warm, friendly, and progressive relationships between our countries. I'm grateful to work towards the global task with like-minded individuals in both Israel and Kazakhstan. I wish us all a wonderful meeting. Thank you very much. Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. Спасибо большое, профессор.
Thank you very much, Professor Albert. Dear colleagues, so the preparation of pharmaceutical stuff is really increased nowadays, and as all universities among universities, so Tashkent University, so it is receiving. So we are planning to have programs, and it is possible because of support of rector of Tashkent University, Rezaev Kamal Saldabayevich. That is why there was a solution in our medical university, and let me have this chance and
Assalamu alaikum. Dear Kamaljan Talgatovich, dear Akhmaral Sharipaevna, dear members of the Presidium, dear colleagues, I am so glad to see you today's summit. It was unexpected, to be honest. That is why I'm, first of all, grateful to the Scientific Council for this respect paid to me, to a humble person, and this Mantia and the honorable professor status will be accepted by me, of course, gladly. And as my colleague said before, we will be working towards. We have a huge, fruitful work ahead of us. And I know that we will have our joint projects together. We will be preparing new stuff, and in the frames of this summit and in our upcoming discussions, we will come to positive directions that will combine us. And I believe that our close partnership shows the bright example of our interdisciplinary approach to the science and scientific approach. And I know that our achievements are bigger and bigger in the pharmaceutical sphere. And we see that the processes in the medical education is also happening because of the broad transformation projects happening. And in pharmaceutical and the medicine stuff preparation is not only our task, is not only task of the healthcare and medicine sphere. We know that it's a joint work, and that is why we have to combine all our strength of all universities all over the world. And we know that from the pharmaceutical side, I would like to say that we can combine our efforts. We can also combine our knowledge and expertise and share those things. And I would like to also wish fruitful work, realize all of our plans, and gain new knowledges. And using this opportunity, I would like to express my gratitude for invitation to this summit. And using this opportunity, I would like to also invite you to Uzbekistan, to Tashkent Pharmaceutical Institute. I will be happy to see you there. All the best and good luck. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kamal Salkanovich. Thank you for your words, for coming to this forum. And key factor of our work is the incorporating all of the innovations and new knowledges, and we will be talking about it. And it's happening because of the support of the national agency, which called KAZ Innovations. It gives scholarships and grants in order to develop these direction which could be used by the medical universities. That is why I would like to give a floor to the Sanat Жолдыбай Shirkhanov.
Good afternoon.
I'm the head of Innovation Agency for Development.
So Hanov was also a pharmaceutical worker. So it was in the 70s, and to be honest, I'm the third son, and I supposed to be born as a girl, and my mother was dreaming me to be a pharmaceutical, but as it turns, I'm in the sphere in medicine, and in the whole, I want to say that actually science is really important nowadays, and it is proved by scientists, and with a laureate of Nobel awards, and many economists has proved that competitiveness in all spheres are influenced by two factors. So the first factor is human capital, and the second is innovation and technology, and And as an example, you can pay attention to the slide upside. I want to show that we live in Kazakhstan, and digitalization, we have a very good achievement in this sphere, and we have the 8th place in this sphere. And I want to say here that it is really important. So the process of integration of all state organizations and business and society and digitalization. So we have this in Kazakhstan because the process of involvement. So it is because of the participation of all state organizations, institutes. So all digital vice ministers. So they opened KPI, and we are managed to involve all the state organizations in a horizontal level, and also we did it on vertical level. So I mean the trend of, I mean the speed, documentation of and also we has created ecosystem, I mean eco hub. So it is really important that ecosystem is for business. And so if take, for example, grants, so when we give grants, so it's I think it's very good measure of help. And in the frame of digitalization, so we have such example as Kaspi Bank. So we invest in this bank. So we do startups and all the champions. Each individual try to invest by themselves, and innovation is really important. And as we want to have a competitive world, so we need to pay attention to this, not only human resource, but also capitalization. And also we has created the Soviet of one union, and we included all the civil organizations and civil servants. So we have a global index. And when we consider what this index consists of, so it has international factor. And so we understood that innovation and technology that doesn't depend on individuals, so it is collective work. The quality of scientists, for example, if we consider only one scientist, it is not working by alone. For example, so as a CGI, we suggested to make privatization. So we defined 3 priorities, and one of the priority is medtech, as it underlined in the screen. So in my presentation, I want to give the information shortly what we are working with. So we are working technological prediction. So technological prediction is usually planned for 5 or 6 years, its vision, but we work deeply. So we started to learn a current situation of medicine. So it is this work is jointly with the ministry, and I want to express my gratitude for their involvement. And in the end, we will have to see not only the future of technology, but also we watch so the current situation, and we are trying to find we will try to find those spheres where human resources are enough, and all the stars and brilliance where we need to pay attention to, and we need to know how to develop and how to give breath. So we have a good genetic code in Kazakhstan, and we can not only create imported tasks, but also we need to have ambitious tasks as experts. And we are currently working on this, and I will briefly going to tell about this. So shortly, I have told that we have learned all the startups and business. So we have made very big research what trends are worldwide nowadays, and filtration and selection was a key factor of our work, and how to know the aim spheres. So it is the good case. So when government and central governments are cooperated, so in this progress they are realizing. So we did. All hypotheses. So we discussed around the table. And we invited business. We invited not only representative of universities, but also we invited businesses. And each case was discussed, and it is really important. And when we have Pareto principle, 20% to 80%. But when 80% is business, so we need to take into account that it is very important sector when we have attestation groups. So when this business is presented in this brainstorming, so there is a lack of networking and communication. So another side, when they have this cooperation. When they have this communication, sometimes we have insights, and we come to good to solutions, and we have creativity and how to join business, different kind of business. So networking is, we have lack of this networking B2B and B2C. So, and sometimes government and institution has lack of this networking.
And we know that sometimes it's happening that we're working in a silos. We don't really communicate with each other. There is a Ministry of the Higher Education, which has the foundation, and there is also foundation, Kaz Industry, Kazakhstan Expert, Kaz Trade. There are so many organizations which are quasi-government organizations, and of course, at the end, what is the most important thing is to have a feedback from each of the stakeholders of the process in order to accept all of the businesses and combine all of the infos. Why we have this foresight? We have to identify the list of the products that and how exactly where exactly we're going. And we have to know what is the legislation basis in order to grant scholarship, medical aid, in order to give a breath, let's say, give impulse for the development. Because we know that our country is historically directed towards the raw material extracting development, but nowadays we need to focus on high technology plants. We're not talking about commodity, simple commodity manufacturing. We need to research world ecosystems, and we need to see the facts that we have small countries. There are many small countries that doesn't have raw materials or extractors, but they are creating high technologies and they're selling those technologies successfully. So that is why I think that We have to try to be as pragmatic as the world right now. We need to be able to sell. We need to be able to be manufacture those high technologies. What are we drinking right now? We're drinking coffee, not tea. Our ancestors used to drink tea because whole world, big players of the world, and has ambitions, and they're pragmatic. That is why we also have to be pragmatic as well. We need to try to find pearls, and raw pearls should be polished to become a beautiful pearl. So that's what we have to do. Next slide. I'm talking a lot, I know, so I'll try to be brief. So we have researched all of the patents. So if we will look at the quantity of patents of the world, we see that we collect all the big data, and after that we see the proof. And in CDC, we show that it's 6 global trends that we have identified. First is the medical technologies. It is in the trend right now. It's a mainstream, and we see that it's really, really relevant nowadays. And in Kazakhstan, we have a statistics that in import, you see X24, if you look at it, it's a fact. We need to change it. We are depending on an import. We also have 6 global trends, which is the artificial intelligence, is the bio-digital devices. We have telemedicine, diagnostic equipment. We also have the transplantation, etc. In the next slide, you can see the process of identifying priorities. In order to identify the priorities, we have been conducting interviews. We had applied filters that we used, so try to identify which project is, let's say, in a world trend right now, whether it is the mainstream or not. And we have also look at the criteria of the capacity building. Capacity building is one of the key things. And the project is as like the blue ocean. You know, we have the perspectives of the blue ocean. And overall, the potential that we have in the projects is not only in the medicine, it's also interdisciplinary, which means that it will touch upon many, many sectors in Kazakhstan. And in order to prove our hypothesis, we had also conducted work with 131 medical institutions and organizations. That is why I would like to express my gratitude to all medical workers. And we had round tables, 3 round tables, which was transparent, and the talk was open, or they were open for the discussions. Next slide, please. Well, identified priorities and results of the foresight. I will not talk a lot about it. I'll try to elaborate, for example, for the biomedicine technologies, and we could see that we will, next slide. Well, although we were trying to find the diamonds and the niches of the projects where we should pay attention and focus on, we also try to find barriers and the ways of solution. So one of them is the absence of the labs. So we were talking about infrastructural barriers. It's GLP, GMP, for example, absence of the laboratories. So we also see the exhaustion of the equipment. Whenever we were running the survey, we could see that all of the international companies that produce and manufacture the equipment, high technology equipment, they were saying, we don't see the opportunity to actually install our equipment because you have such a big problem with the infrastructure. Another barriers that we have, it's the systemic systems and technologies with EI, and unfortunately it is not stipulated in the legislation, so that is why it is difficult to work with it. The next one, nowadays we need to have accelerating approach, and we will be on the technical political council. We have a council on technical policy, so there we institutionally will see the amendments in the legislation. We will see how the financial system will be changing, and we will try to touch upon all of the staff changes and circulation. So that is why it is important for us to see that it is the joint teamwork of the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Higher Education, the Ministry of Digitalization, Infrastructural Development, Ministry of Healthcare. So we all have to work together, not in the silos as we used to work. We need to collaborate together. We shall not just look at each other and just watch how we are working independently. We need to work together. And I hope that all of us will understand it, as well as the business society and government public authorities. That is why we need to understand and acknowledge that we are responsible to change Kazakhstan. We are responsible for moving Kazakhstan to next step. It will depend on the society, not only business, all of us. And I was so glad, actually. I had similar forum where one young gentleman came over and said, I have graduated Harvard. How can I help to my people? And I was so taken aback. What do you mean? He said, I can use my competences, my knowledges. I'm quite rich, by the way. I can help out with my money to government. You see, it is so warming when you can see the new generation, which is so paying attention and so worrying and passionate about own country. And I know that from the ideological side is also important thing. Nur-СУЛТАN has a song, Не пайда. Could you please raise your hand if you know it? I always make my children to listen it. And whenever I say to people about it, whenever I talk, people always say, don't talk about this song. And this song's name is What's the Point? Why do you need these mountains if you cannot touch it? Why do you need your sibling if you cannot, if he's envy you? Why do you need this knowledge if you cannot apply it? Why you need this life if you're not doing anything to your people? So that is why I would like to, on this note, I would like to, let's say, shout out to all of the students. This is new academic year, and I would like to wish all of you to apply your knowledge, to hand over your expertise and knowledge to younger generation, and put all of the effort jointly together so that Kazakhstan will be moving forward. Whole world is pragmatic, and we need to be combined. We need to combine over all our strength, and collegiality here is one of the main things. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you, dear Kanat Zholdakhanova, dear colleagues. Today we will talk a lot about medical technologies and innovations, and it's so important to have collaboration between the business societies as well as the public authorities. So we don't have the end product yet, so that is why our university can be the platform where all the medical technologies will be collaborating. We're open for the cooperation and partnership. I hope that we will be meeting a lot with you frequently. Let's meet more frequently. Thank you. Dear colleagues, on this note, I would like to conclude our panel discussion, and I would like to express my gratitude to all of the speakers. Thank you so much. all the best. I wish the good news from this summit, and I would like to have a group photo.
Перерыв есть у нас или сразу? Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, first session is the forum rectors, which is dedicated how should we answer to the challenges and address the challenges that we have. So I would like to ask speakers to come over to the stage.
Так, уважаемые коллеги, еще раз всем.
Dear colleagues, good morning. So let's start our second part. Today we want to discuss and to answer on important questions on current situation, how universities should react on challenges of 21st century. So challenges are globalization, digitalization. So I think that all the students are using GPT chat nowadays, but they don't talk about it, and also preparing industry stuff. So our head of state usually talks about this, and these questions that are needed to be discussed today, and all the changes that require preparation. And the first report I want to give a word to Kamaljan Talgatovich, which will tell you about world trends in medical sphere.
Dear colleagues, in my speech, I would like to talk about new trends and mainstreams and the vision of our university to these challenges. Strategic orientations and references of the Republic of Kazakhstan is the number of the program documents of the national sector level, and they have the key tasks for internationalization as well as the and in these conditions, of course, it is important. And all of the challenges for the higher education, it's the content of the curriculums and using the methods and technologies and choosing the model of the university and enlarging our autonomy. And of course, transformation of the paradigm of modern university is very important. It should be the progress of the innovation as well as the education, and it should transform from the model university 1.0, which is the concentration of the intellectual activity on one platform and transforming and handing over the knowledges and pouring the knowledges, let's say, and development of the talent students, and going from this to Model University 2.0, where generation of new knowledges through the by means of the researches and the scientific researches and effective management, intellectual and own commercialization and monetization, new knowledges and development. Another stage would be the Model University 3.0, which is the University of the Entrepreneurship, Creative, Innovational Activity. If we will talk about the Model University 4.0, it's using the opportunities of the digitalization for the flexible changes of communications between the main stakeholders of education and science processes. This model will show the concept of the digitalization, and choosing the models, it will have the key strategies, should have the KPIs, how we would evaluate our results of the realization and implementation of the strategies. And of course, when we are choosing KPI, we need to choose the key indicators for the global ranking. You can see them on the slide. It will motivate university and give impulse for development and make university more entrepreneur like, let's say. The external trends impacting on the development of the medical education are those three things that are changing the social demographic characteristics of the society, the technological process, and globalization. And of course, the principles of the development of the medical education is the specialization and the spheres, adapting to the global standards and adapting to the current requirements of the market of the healthcare. And we see that the more, when we talk about the changes in the social demographic characteristics of the society, we talk about the generation getting older and older, and we see that they will need the services of the medical institutions. That is why we need to take it into consideration. When we talk about the globalization, what we mean by that, globalization will demand our development in the information technologies, and of course it will contribute into the development. And nowadays we can see that we have the main trends in the medical education, which is changing right now, where the trends that are identified by the global universities and international universities and international sectors. And medical education nowadays medicine is developing these days and would guarantee society longer and healthier life. And it could be possible only with the researches that is conducted in different spheres and different directions. That is why medical universities and institutions need to focus on the trends that will prepare for the needs of the society and prepare for the new technologies, as the, let's say, the robotics, which is the growing the new organs. And we see that nowadays flexibility of the processes of education is very important nowadays, which will allow to adapt to different professional challenges. And this kind of flexibility and universality of the graduates will give opportunity to to graduates to adapt to the new challenges happening in the world. And we know that IT engineering and sociology, for example, is also important spheres and sectors nowadays. So that is why it is important for us to prepare our students for challenges that might happen in the future. We need to also use PPL, RBL, the progressive technologies of teaching. And we know that automatization, despite the automatization, we know that in medicine sphere, we still have the approaches that are traditional. And nowadays, we need to think about also communication skills that we didn't pay attention traditionally. We need to react for changing challenges and changing requests. That is why we will need to build a capacity and think about the skills and knowledges that weren't really, let's say, demanding ones. And new technologies and medical education standing on 4 pillars, which is the information communication technologies, the virtual reality or augmented reality, where we can have the simulations and make the surgeries, for example, quite real, but at the same time it will be simulated surgeries. That is why it is important. And another technology is the cloud data saving services, which will give opportunity to share the knowledges and experiences in a real time, and will give the access for the online resources and databases for learning. The 4th pillar that I would like to talk about is the artificial intelligence, the ChatGPT that previous speaker was mentioning. And on this slide, you can see the tasks that should be provided by the medical university. It's complying with all of the equipment, and it's relevant for the capital universities as well as the Almaty universities or universities of the big cities. We need to think about the equipment of the universities in order our students to be prepared to work at the hospitals and other spheres. And we also need to think about enlarging the scientific and innovation activities and other directions. Taking into consideration all of the challenges that we have, we decided to revisit our mission and adapt the mission a little bit. So we need to prepare the competitive specialists that could react and respond on current and new challenges in healthcare, generating new knowledges, innovations, and cooperating on the science, technology spheres in order to develop national global healthcare. And when we talk about our vision and values, we decided to have the values which is the student-oriented, our values are student orientation, academic honesty and achievements, competitiveness, professionalism. The 4th one is the innovations and the creativity, transparency and openness, social responsibility, as well as the leadership and initiativeness. The vision that we have to 2026 is to orient ourselves, have a reference as the internationally acknowledged centers of the innovations in new knowledges. Thank you so much. That's briefly it. In a nutshell, I tried to cover everything. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you. As you know, that Kazakhstan is a part of European Bologna process, and during 16 years we are actively involving Bologna process. So academic and mention autonomy and social responsibility and responsibility of universities towards society and also academic. So all these principles is aim for all the rectors, and today I want to give a speech to Albert Penkhasov, who will tell us the strategies of modern universities and all the values that modern universities are creating. Ten minutes. I'm thinking maybe I will try to talk in Russian.
Dear colleagues, I apologize, but later on, if you want, I will, Abdallah, hours and hours, I will tell you about my vision. Probably you know about it. So, я постараюсь.
So I will try. During 10 minutes that I have to tell about my vision, how we see the, universities. So this is Forum of Rectors, and we gathered here together in order to make our universities better. From the first day when I became a rector, the point that I'm thinking over 24 hours a day. So I want each rector will be will make universities better. About 30,000 universities which are connected about 25 million students. So all research about 8 million researchers, and each day we print articles, and in 2022 so we have about 5 academic articles. If we can see any university which want to move forward, so it is ranking is necessary. So the world over the last 40 years has changed, and ranking plays a very important role. And the quantity of students, the number of students. So the essential part is science. Science, and science. And if we want to be scientific researchers organization, so we need to supply in science, to contribute in science. So if we contribute in science, so the quantity and the quality will be satisfied. So we will have good scientists. We will win good grants. And we will have rewards and awards, and we will win in any kind of competition. So we are international cooperation, and our aim is to be so it is not only for to make to be a full-fledged university, and in order to make good science, we need to collaborate, because our science is interdisciplined. And if we work with good partners, if we work with right partners, we will have right results. On the first place, we have students. So we have.
Even 10 years ago, were different. Nowadays, we need to be more student-oriented. Students are those who, in principles, need to dictate and of the direction of the university. And of course, our professors is one of the pillars and players in the ground. Scientific society and staff. We understood in our university that the professors and scientific workers are the drivers of the university. And also parents. Parents are the players on the ground and the development of the university. All of us are fighting for the students. We're fighting for good students. And a lot of times parents are the players that will advise the students where to go. And of course, we need to think about government. We need to take it into consideration. If government doesn't think that contributing, investing to the university is not the right thing, then government doesn't have the future. It's expensive, it's continuous. All the time, government shall contribute. And only that way if government will contribute, the country will be blooming. Ministries, Ministry of the Education, Ministry of the Technologies, Ministry of the Industry, Ecology, and ministry which is linked and connected to international cooperation. If I look at Israel realm, all of the ministries are involved into the education processes of the universities. And of course, society is also making emphasis and will impact and influence on the development. Also, microenvironment. The development of the university for example, Ariel University is different than University of Astana or Almaty. So I would like to say in this that microenvironment of each university is important because the tasks will be different, industrial climate will be different, the environment of the university internally is different. International community. We're not only offering, we're demanding from our scientists, especially young scientists, to go to the conferences. In some of the universities of Israel, if scientists are not going to the conference, they will not get promotion. This is how we can guarantee this success. Look at this photo. For example, in the past, we used to say that do not walk on the grass. But nowadays, we're different. Or we're shifting paradigm. Which way? In the past, for example, the lecturers and professors and teachers were those who were pouring the knowledges. But nowadays we understand that students can find information themselves. So who we are for students? Probably we're mentors, supervisors, in order to help them, assist them, support them to choose the way and shape them and find the way where to go for students. But when I went to university, I won't hide it, we were so afraid to look at the eyes of the teachers. But nowadays, reality has changed. Students became liberal, and we shall not forget that teachers and students shall be working together. Now, when we talk about the frames and borders, we understand that there are factors like the social status, age, distance, gender, background. We shall not forget about it. What do we expect? We need to have the diversity, accessibility, excellence and balance. If we will look at the universities of Ariel, we have 13 Nobel Award laureates. We have more university degrees per capita. That is why we have startup ecosystem, but at the same time, it is something that should be a driver of the modern universities. On this slide, you can see different companies. Some of them you do know, but what combines and what's common for all of those companies is the background, is the university. I was here actually, Da Vinci surgery equipment here, and we have alternative, which is the mimic. It's in different hospitals, it's more advanced, it's more sensible. It doesn't really matter how much does it cost. The most important thing is that it was manufactured in the walls of the university. It came from the university. About Israel University, we have 50 non-academic institutions. We have 10 universities, 39 colleges. We have 9 public universities, 1 private university, and 1 is distance learning university. At the same time, universities are strictly directed towards research, and colleges has strong emphasis on teaching. I will skip some of the slides because I see that I'm running out of time. We have 312,660 students. Just look at the second level. Universities has more students. It is important to have different units. Unique divisions inside of the universities is very important. Fundraising and alumni units, social development unit is also important. Research and Development Authority is important. So if we will look at the global development, upcoming 5 years, government says that we want you to be accessible for everyone. It's very important. We didn't have it in Israel before. And that is why we need to strengthen the partnership between academia and industry. We go to the industry a lot and ask, what do you want us to teach? We will adapt and shape and tailor for the industry. It is very important because we will talking about GPT, for example, which had changed our academy as well. Some of the professions might disappear. Digital learning, for example, it's not Zoom learning. Digital learning, it's new high-quality education type. And of course, Israel Academy has put emphasis for strengthening its own positions on international arena. What our main research directions is the data science, quantum technologies, personalized medicine, sustainability and sustainable development, artificial intelligence, and digital humanities. For medical university, all of those elements are relevant. And in principles, that is all what you see on the slide are integrated into medical academical programs and curriculums. The last 2 slides, I would like to show you the Ariel University by the numbers. We have been founded in 1982, but recognized as a university in 2012. So 40 years we didn't have universities. Why we received this status? Only thanks to scientific excellence. In Israel, it's very important. Right here, I will stop. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for invitation. We will be here 10 days, so I will be glad to share my experience, ideas, and opinions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Я думаю, у коллег будет возможность.
I think that our colleagues will have opportunity during coffee breaks have communication with our guests, and also our students can have a communication. So it's allowed, and we will be very glad for communication. So the next Vice President of Medicine, Decan of Nazarbayev University, who will tell us about the third mission of the university. As you know, we have 3 missions. The first is education, scientific activity, and social responsibility towards people.
Everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you together today and to share our experience and our vision for medical university and medical school, how they can serve the learners and the society in future. We already heard that globally there are many challenges facing different countries, in particular the changes in the demographics, the aging population, which actually create also challenge in terms of the multiple morbidity that patients will develop. They will live longer, but with many diseases. And therefore, we need to equip our healthcare professionals with the skills, the knowledge, and attitude to deal with this changing society. So the 2 key stakeholders that we obviously need to consider if we look at the future of medical school and medical university is really the society, the value proposition of our institution, and obviously the learners. So Nazarbayev University Medicine is a relatively new institution. It was only established in 2015, and is when we call when we say Nazarbayev University Medicine, we mean an ecosystem where we translate discoveries and innovation into improvement in diagnostics, therapeutics, and disease prevention. This was our initial strategic plan, with our vision for the Nazarbayev University, which is still valid, but we are now also reviewing our strategic plan. And the idea of a new Nazarbayev University and the medical part of NU was really to become a model for higher medical education reform and biomedical research, and to contribute to the establishment of Astana as an international knowledge and innovation and medical hub. So we have a number of different elements that we've actually developed over the years, but ultimately what we want is to make people live longer and a healthier life. This is the end product in a way. So this is infrastructure that we've been able to develop over the last 6 or 7 years, and it's definitely, well, what is very important is the patient center, and obviously our educational program are student centers. So I will not go into the details, but basically we can cover basic scientific discoveries in terms of trying to understand disease process and pathways, identify targeting molecule for diagnostics, therapeutics, and disease prevention, and also drug discovery, design, and development. And in partnership with Astana Medical University, we have a very exciting project on the development of the medical pharmaceutical cluster in Astana. And there will be a session on Friday in the afternoon at 2 o'clock, where we will describe this project. We have our care delivery system, because within NU Medicine, we have our medical cluster with 3 tertiary referral centers, and they are included into the what we call the University Medical Center, the UMC. JCI, accredited hospitals, and where we obviously we use that hospital as a way, as a vehicle to test and apply our discoveries in biomedical sciences. The medical school was also established in 2015, and we have initially was developed only looking at the medical program, the ND program, but now we have 10 academic programs, PhD, master, and bachelor program. We have residency. And we really trying to redevelop the new skills, the new generation of the healthcare professional that we really need to tackle these healthcare, the big global health challenges that we already heard. We're investing in IT technology, in data science and data center, as also we heard from the speech from the address of the head of state recently, how important will be obviously the development of data center for Kazakhstan. And we have also partnership, although we have our own hospitals, 3, but we have also have partnership with 15 different hospital and clinic in Astana. And we also have our innovation park. So the new phase of medicine is very exciting, and this is why I see many students in the audience. So it's really the right time to decide to have a career in medicine because of the technology, the digital evolution, the genetic approach to medicine, genomic medicine, the integration of demographics, as well as obviously the genetic and molecular data. And digital technologies, as we heard, really is transforming already every aspect of medical education, biomedical research, and patient care. And we really need to equip our learners with the skills, knowledge, and attitude really to address all these challenges, and also to develop this modern personalized care, predictive, participatory, so we need to involve the patients in the decision-making in terms of their care, and obviously to prevent disease rather than just treat the disease. So big data, obviously this is a high priority for Kazakhstan and obviously for our institution as well. We have a number of project that we are conducting also with the Ministry of Health on electronic data, collecting data from different for different diseases, chronic communicable as well as infection diseases, trying to really do a disease mapping and accumulating all this demographic, and then also associated also with some of the genetics data and more molecular data that we will generate. But finally, what is the vision for an institution like Ariel University, medicine, and many other medical school or medical university? Our core business obviously will still be to train doctors, nurses, scientists, to conduct world-class biomedical research, to translate our discoveries and innovation into better care for patients, better diagnostic therapeutics and disease prevention, so that people can live longer and healthier life. But the way we are going to do it, I think, will be very different, in my view. We heard already from the rector of Ariel University the vision for some of the idea for the future of the university, which I share. So the university will become more like a resource for knowledge, and this is certainly I see the value of an institution like Ariel University medicine. To tackle global challenges, global health challenges, we need to take a transdisciplinary approach. What is called convergent science, so bringing together engineering, data scientists and physicists and chemists and obviously doctors and nurses together. So they will actually bring a different perspectives, a different expertise to tackle big health problems. So NU Medicine, like many other medical schools and universities, will become a center of innovation and creativity. So we will be very much outlooking now, trying to really create an environment where colleagues and researchers from many other institutions will come together and try to work, and we will work together and will cooperate. So collaboration, we heard already, collaboration and internship will be really the focus of NU University, because knowledge is very easy now, as we had, to obtain some information, and also with Coursera, also some qualification, even online. So the role of the university obviously needs to be more perhaps self-directed learning, offering opportunity to students to learn, but we will be very much customized. We need to develop some personalized learning programs. And as we had, also working together with the private sector, with industry, to be proactive with them and really to develop some program that will fit also their needs. So flexibility, obviously in our program. Of course, we will still need to offer academic programs, traditional academic programs, but it will be also very important to be flexible and looking at specific skills that we need to offer to our stakeholders, collaborators, and obviously our community. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pignatelli, on time. Уважаемые коллеги, как вы видите,
Dear colleagues, as you see, so to work on society is not only volunteer work. As you see that Dr. Pignatelli said that working on society is about transforming, so creating new medicine which will treat many people's lives, and it is also serving for society. We need not to forget about our daily work. And our next speech is for Rector of Vanguard University, Mr. Omarov, which will talk us about perspective of commerce. So our head of state often tells us about this project. Also, he often says about science that it should work for economics, but not only being an article, and it plays a big role in university, and head of state and today Marat will share his experience in universities. Thank you.
Dear participants, dear friends, thank you for invitation to this summit. And
all the organizers, personally as director of the Medical University of Astana, Kamaljan Nadirov, for organizing this summit, for bringing us together today in order to discuss the future opportunities of the development of the universities in the 21st century. I would like to thank all the guests who make possible and who traveled all the way to Astana, and I wish us very productive work, good collaborations, and sharing the ideas, and staying together always makes us stronger. Next I will turn to the Russian. So, уважаемые коллеги, я хотел бы остановиться.
My dear colleagues, I would like to stop on questions of on commercial and the next way of developing, and we usually say about three types of commercial. So what is the result of this triangle? So what should we get as a result of this triangle? So it is clear that each of the branch of science and education and practice, so they re-enrich each other. And as Silhan said that we want to see the result. Let's start with the president's words for citizens of Kazakhstan, which have exact tasks, and we have a task for financial aim in order to so we have a task to have levels of scientific parks and endowment funds for having investment to research universities.
Next slide, please. So here, briefly, in the corporate structure of the Kazakhstan National Medical University, named after Asfendigrerov, we have practices. We have 5 scientific institutes, university clinic outside, and we also have the Center of the Internal Diseases, etc., etc. We have clinical bases. And more than 60% of our teachers have contracts with organizations of the in healthcare. All of the 6 schools of the university are closely involved into scientific activities as well as the teaching activities. I would like to give you a little bit of statistics. We have more than 14.5 thousand students. It's the bachelor's degree, it's the interns, residents, master students, and PhD. We also, if we will talk about the ranking, the role of the ranking had been already emphasized in the previous speeches. Of course, it helps systematize our work and will help to have a systemic approach internally at the university. The ranking of the QS, for example, World University Rankings, we have a position, now we have a ranking of the 651st, in the AG University ranking 301st. We had the Hirsching ranking where we got 5th position among the University of Kazakhstan. Well, it helps us to not be relaxed, to not be in the comfort zone, let's say, and to get better and better. Well, when we talk about, so before talking about milestones and achievements, we need to look at our weaker sides, and we also, and before that, of course, we need to think about, we don't like to name them problems, we call them challenges. And we need to show that we have a very low percentage of the doctorate students and graduates. Why? It's because of the language barriers sometimes, and sometimes it's the low level of the interest from the manager's side, from the leader's side. And this situation will actually face us for the stimulation, for the control, for the monitoring, for creating the favorable conditions, and also it will push us in order to publish our articles in impact factor scientific journals. It's not the problem if the PhD student couldn't defend his dissertation. It's not the failure of the student, it's the failure of the whole society or whole ecosystem that we have. So that is why we have a low percentage of the young scientists. For example, on the example of our university, we have only 34% of young scientists. The share of the young teachers, it's from 18%, for example, in the pediatric school, and 46% in pharmacology school. It's the big difference, twice, I would say, more than twice. And probably it's due to historical reforms that we had, as the School of Pediatrics is quite young. We need to accept and take measures, accept the situation and take measures in order to stimulate the new interns, residents, the doctor students, PhD students to be, to come back and research and teach. Enough about the challenges. Now I would like to talk about the environment. In our university, in any university, the most important element is the library, scientific library. Nowadays, scientific library model, it's not just storage. Library at the university is the center that would bring all of the students and scholars and scientists. It's the space for, let's say, bringing people together. I remember my student life back then, and now I see students nowadays. To be honest and objective, not everything has changed. That is why now we need to develop and plan. We develop new plans and innovative plans. Library, it's not just architecture project. Library, first and foremost, it's the complexes, it's the services, it's the access 24/7. So that library would become the heart of the organization. As any organization has a heart, university's heart should be the library. Some organizations have the soul and heart and face, and I think the heart of any university should be the scientific library. And of course, naturally, we need to update the collection of the books. Also, I think we need to shift from hard copy books to digital copy books. But the most important thing is to create the space and zone the space, some of the silent for quiet, let's say, zone for collective work, zone opportunity to drink rejuvenating coffee, and of course it would be the place where we should have meals, maybe. Automatization. And I think that automatization is important. That's why librarians will be the tutors to navigate in the world of hectic information, chaotic information, let's say. It's librarian is not the person who mechanically just gives you the book, gives you the information or where it is stored. Librarians are the ones who shows you the way to find relevant information. And our scholars should be excellent analysts. And unfortunately, our scholars are not good at developing business plans. We absolutely failing in communication with business society and business sector. We somehow cannot convey our messages in order to get in decision. We cannot get investments because we're not giving justified, argumentative information. We cannot give the coordinates. We need to be able to give navigation coordinates so that we can have a startup. And in this regard, we, having analyzed the situation in the spring of this year, we have organized exhibition for MedTech direction with Mr. Ahanov, who's the chairman of Kaz Innovation. Unfortunately, he's not here, I think. He should be in those photos, I think, in my slides. Why am I saying this? Conducting these kind of exhibitions and holding these kind of exhibitions, we started rethinking our ways, and our scientists, scholars, and teachers had looked at their activities from different angle. And the Ministry of the Science and the Higher Education also came and visited. We have also signed the memorandum of understanding with the Center Koldau, which supports the business society. We also had launched IT startups, Astana Hub. We're planning to cooperate with them, but we've already signed the memorandum of understanding. All this work actually is not just it's just the cause for creating Technopark and fund that had been tasked by the head of the state. And you know that in the summer of this year, we have organized interesting platform. It's the platform for young scholars, Asfin Forum, New Generation. This idea is not new, but it's, let's say, formatted and adapted and transformed idea of academic who in 1990s organized the conference of young scientists of medical universities in post-Soviet Union countries, CIS countries. We gone through this platform. We started understanding, making a science through these conferences, and we started sharing our experience with colleagues, and we started thinking broader, let's say. Since this platform is not in effect or in force since 2016, we decided to. I'm so sorry for talking a lot. It's just I'm trying to use the opportunity as much as possible. So we decided to take a leadership for these kind of conferences, and we will continue supporting our young scientists in modern world. We know that young people are until 45, according to our religious, 35. Oh, up to 40. Oh, okay. Until we're 40, we will be young. Okay. So we see all of us are young here. You're holding a future of our country. Endowment fund. On Aspen Forum, we conducted sectoral commercialization and monetization activities where each could present their projects, they could do the speeches, they could deliver the speeches and convey their ideas. And if it'll be likable and favorable for the foundation or fund, they could get investments. It's the closed cycle investment system, let's say. We have to have a practice, we have to have a science ongoing, and we're going forward, we have to have the education. So it's the cycle that we shall not break. In order to have the integrity of the system, each project has stages, let's say, of incubation, where we need to conduct the teaching and training of our specialists. We have to conduct the seminars. Then it should go to the acceleration. If we see the potential in the project, these projects shall have the acceleration. It should go to the acceleration stage, and we need to be able to help our scientists and scholars to develop project for the purposes of the conveying their ideas and messages for commercialization, monetization, and implementation. So before the upscale manufacturing, The idea is that business incubators will go to the labs and would go to the center of the commercialization, and then it will go to the department of the industrial manufacturing. So we need to be able to go from the smallest lab or laboratory going to the big manufacturing plants. So that's our idea to participate in this process. And of course, all of the scientific research institutes shall be able to take part in this techno park. I will skip some of the slides. I'm trying to be brief. I understand that I'm using my given time for me. I have conveyed my message, I think. Dear colleagues, I would like to wish you good luck, all the best in the summit. Correct me if I'm wrong, according to the program, today we have 8 universities or more. We didn't count, actually, I'm sorry. I counted 8. Let's call it Summit of Big 8. Let's make this summit G20. Let us make this summit be ongoing annual summit where all of us will be contributing. Good luck, productive discussions. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Marat. Our government and head of states pay too much attention to these funds, and we have legislation system which will be held in parliament system, and I ask medical universities to work with it, and in September we are planning to have a forum, and in this forum we can discuss in details everything in healthcare. Thank you. And then and the next representative of Karaganda University, Anar Turkhanbekova. So as you know, so we have such expression in English, think global and act local. And Anar Turkhanbekova will tell us from the medical point of view what should we do. What should we do? Thank you. Firstly, let me thank you for invitation, and I'm really pleasant to see my colleagues here. So this university, I have been working here for 10 years, and I got much experience, which led me. Which gives me very many opportunities in my development. So the topic of this existed from the necessity of global trends which are being discussed now, and to try to find application locally. And I want to notice that today, unfortunately, we for some reasons we don't have a strategy of medical development. What should we do? And we have a big conception of healthcare and medical units, but the sphere of medical education in globally, so it is not written locally. So we have some peculiarities. And talking about terminology, so we have a new term. It is called glocalization. So it means adaptation in local specialties. Such as branches, and in order to evolve these trends in a local meaning, so we need to know so opportunities of involvement and to learn, to study our teachers and to monitor evaluation and improvements. On the whole, talking about our branch, so we see some lack of staff and disbalance in specialties and regions, and it is not a secret that we have high demand in medical staff in villages where so we have selection of our university students who finished our university. So we have specialties which are in demand. We also have a lack of specialties in dentistry, and also lack of so it is necessary for us to develop medical preparation for staff, and also system of professional developments. Our colleagues who are in education system, so they remember the time when we changed government standards, and many teachers had studies. And also experts of international level, they were participants, and we had new approaches in designing of new programs, and it was for more than 10 years ago, about 2007. So it was a period where I changed the design, and we had new technologies, but teachers had their old approach. What are areas of development of medical university from our side? So firstly, it's a changing of paradigm. It's from information to transformation system of education, from direct giving of knowledge to self-education students and accepting new technologies. And transformation education is about leadership. Today we have different kind of preparation, such as nursing and doctors. We need to connect two curriculums of these educational programs in order to prepare specialists who can talk on one language. So we need modern education environment and digital transformation. And next is staff supplement. So we need to know how to plan education order, which are satisfied with long-term demand, and also effective system of selection and receiving for studying, and also professional development. By this I mean supplement of system of long-term education.
Transformative education is the broad technology decisions integration. It's the artificial intelligence that our students actually know better. I mean, not only our students, all of the students nowadays use the artificial intelligence, and we shall also apply and acknowledge these competences, skills, and how to evaluate it. So nowadays, more and more dissemination of the programs and curriculums have the elements of the systemic thinking, and it is more directed for the forming the soft skills, interprofessional knowledges. And it's important to understand that we, as a country, and we are teachers of universities, we're not alone in this path. There are a number of international organizations that we could be partner in, develop skills, and prepare new staff. The next slide, please. And here we need to understand that nowadays we have a big we are overloaded with an information of the virtual reality, the augmented reality, and it's quite popular. Metaverse, for example, is quite popular for the learning, and the artificial intelligence is also quite in high demand, and we also need to think about integrating the inclusiveness, communication between the interprofessional spheres, the communication with the community, communication with the patients, and lifelong learning is quite important so that we will not be lagging behind. In order to adapt these global trends, we need to understand that practically all of the platforms are in English, and it will need financial aids for the subscription. The issues on the transformation of the medical education, colleagues said that alien-like, but it's not. It's quite not really understandable for us. In medical universities, we're preparing doctors who become teachers. We're not preparing teachers. So that is why we need to overview the system that we have and work on the questions of adaptation of the system for the needs, or meet the needs that we have. China, for example, went on a path where the universities developed their own platform, partnering together, and each university identified own strong sector and strong, let's say, sphere and direction they have, and they decided to fulfill this sphere with their knowledges and skills, and this platform is used by everyone for teaching and learning. And of course, we need to focus on the transformation of the education system. This is the time to create a regional institute for development of the medical education. Probably we will partner with Finder or international organization. The next slide, please. You have 1 minute, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding it. But can I please go beyond that? Well, when we talk about staff development, we need to accept all of the recommendations that had been designed by the WHO, the National Counts of the Staff Potential and Resources. It is quite simple to do. The next slide. Whenever we are designing the policy for providing with staff, we need to think about the system and what are the parameters and indicators for the provision of the, let's say, advancing provision with staff. In order to do that, we need to be flexibly responding to the changing realm. When we talk about lifelong development of skills, I would like to show you the results of the researches of Nicholas Stein. He had observed 20 years, he had observed for 20 years the students of gynecology, and from Co1 to Co4, where Co4 is the highest level of the obtaining the skills and all of the complications during the unfavorable outcome. And those students of the residential in Co5, the level of the complication was near to zero, where residential were in the cohort Co1, they have achieved the level of the Co4 after 12 years of practice. So that is why it is important to know who are we graduating, let's say, in order to identify, in order to enhance the level of the quality healthcare. The risk of the complications for patient is decreasing if the level of the staff will be high. So that is why we need to think about the residential years that we devote. Nowadays, I think it's twice, yes, it's twice less than a preparation in Europe or other Western countries. That is why we think that we need to dedicate more years for that, for residential programs. And nowadays it is necessary to design concept of the development of medical education of the Republic of Kazakhstan from 2024 to 2030. We need to impact and influence on the transformation of the medical education, lifelong learning and development, as well as the advancing provision with staff, and it's the changes of the certification, it's the implementation of the procedures, and it's the improvement of the licensing and certification procedures. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, as today our guests mentioned, so the university tells about his wish of being a university on international level, and it is one of the key factors. And we would like to invite our colleague from Uzbekistan. So it's our tight partner. I'm being a vice minister, I visited Uzbekistan many times, professors usually come to visit us. So dear colleagues, for me, as a rector of Tashkent Medical University, to present my university in such event is so I'm really proud of being in this forum. And as I heard my colleagues from Israel and all rectors, which speakers and rectors from universities who tackle problems and challenges despite the fact that they are from different countries. So I can say that this kind of conferences and personal acquaintance, and I hope to tight cooperation, and I hope that that rectors will help us to be on the highest level and to present our universities in international segments. And I want to say that Tashkent Pharmaceutical Institute was founded in 1937. So we celebrated 85th birthday, 5th birthday last year. So it was the one of university in Central Asia, and I know that many teachers and professors were taught in our universities in different years, and now they teach in many medical universities in Kazakhstan and cooperate actively. And also we have a tendency that our professors and teacher staff have more communication and interact with each other more than we rectors, and that's why I think that we need to behave like them and to support our colleagues in the achieving of aim of developing universities. So our university is mono university. In spite of the fact that we have 4,000 students, so we don't have less problems because of this. So we have 350 teachers, and our scientific potential is 59.7%. And I would like to mention that we have 5 educational branches, 9 special of master degree, 4 specialties after university education, and faculty of increasing qualification and re-preparation of staff. And 2 joint educational program. And as I said before, so 5 educational branches of a bachelor degree. So they are pharmacy, industry pharmacy, pharmaceutical biotechnology, standardization certification, and professional education. So we want to get a better status, and that's why we have perspective according to educational system of Astana. So we are opening 4 branches such as economic, accounting, and audit, industry pharmacy, and the second is nursing faculty, also treatment branch, and so sorry I forgot, but if I remember I will tell you. According to master degree, so we have 9 points. So pharmaceutical, chemical, organization and management, pharmaceutical staff, experimental and sport pharmacology, technology, treatment and medicine, industrial technology of medicine, pharmaceutical, biotechnology and bioengineering, biotechnology and drugs, so medicine, plant medicine, investigation and industry of medicine. So we have talked about our branches, and so we hope that we will open a joint branch according master degree specialties. And so we have a very big potential and wishes for your faculties. And if you let, and if you give a comment for your teachers, so we can consider this branch, and from January we can start this educational program. According to system of after university, so PhD and DSc, so it's technology of medicine, pharmaceutical, chemical and pharmacognosy, organization of pharmaceutical sphere, pharmacology, and clinical pharmacology. So we are ready to work actively in this sphere. So we have very good certification on international level, and we can have scientific researches. And our professors, together with your professors, so we are ready to work in our university as well as in your university. And if you are interested in increasing of scientific potential, so we are ready, and we have very many workouts which we are ready to share. And according to joint education, so we have St. Petersburg Chemical University. So 3 years students learn in our university and 2 years in St. Petersburg University. Starting from this year, we organized educational program with Belgrade State University. In a new format, 5+0. It means that students will study in our university, and teachers from Belgrade, they will come to us and will teach on our basis. And talking about conditions, so we have 3 big campuses. We have media center and scientific learning laboratory, which is called Vivari. Pharmacies. Also, we have mini factory with a new equipment for having practice. Except ampules, we pack different kind of medicines. So students can work 2 or 3 times a week. They have practice, and at other time they work with biological addition supplements and different and other medicine. So we are proud of our studying practice basis in the mountain of Chimgen. So our students of Kazakhstan University come to have practice on biology and pharmacognosy, and they collect medicines and prepare them from plants. And students accept grants of rector. We have grants of other grants for with the aim of the next employment on own factories. As I said before, so we have 350 teachers, 56 professors and DSEs, 153 docents and PhD, and with the help of your teachers, we attract international colleagues. So we have 57 foreign teachers from abroad, and 40% of teachers and staff. So they have certificates. So we're actively working on this, and I think that so we can simulate. Yes, I'm finishing, and talking about rating. So it is represented here that in higher education Asia University ranking, so it's one from the 10 best universities, and also we have a status of reporter in the worldwide rating of universities of time higher education. And also we are working with scientific sphere, so we have 9 state grants and 4 grants with Ege University. And now we are on the stage of preparation and receiving 3 scientific projects with the medical education of Astana. And 3 our professors are international experts. As I said before, so Tashkent Pharmaceutical Institute is working, so it's international experts from Eurasian Center for Accreditation and Quality Assurance in Higher Education and Healthcare. So for our common aims, I hope that these memorandums will not live on pages, but we will come it through. Let it come through. And 100 scientific publication we have made together. And today we have 2 new projects with Medical University of Astana and Kazakh National University named after Al-Farabi. So we don't have too many international students, about 30% are students from Republic of Kazakhstan, and we will hope that they will get rights education and will contribute in Uzbekistan development. I gratitude all of the participants for giving me the opportunity to tell me about our university, and I want to tell that our university is ready to cooperate in pharmaceutical branch, and I hope that as you have this experience as a nursing, I hope that you will you will direct us correctly, and I hope that you have analyzed everything. Thank you so much. And our last speech for artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is part of our life, and it is actively connected with scientific activities. And today we will discuss, and the next speech will so the main question, should we worry about AI development? And about this, so the representative, the president of NUR-SULTAN University, Daulenov, will talk about us online.
Dear participants of the international,
Участники.
on behalf of NUR-SULTAN University and on behalf of myself, I would like to congratulate all of you.
Во-первых, благодарю за приглашение принять участие в нем.
Firstly,
только в онлайн-формате, поскольку только начало учебного года, поэтому вынужден быть на кампусе постоянно.
Today I want to answer on such questions. So should universities be worried about developing of universities? I hope that you see my presentation clearly. So should we worry about development of artificial intelligence? So I will try to manage my time. So the first question is, so what is the difference and what is the basic understanding of artificial intelligence? So talking about AI, so we need to understand that not all AI is the system of managing issues. So advanced language models. So we had very many examples before GPT. So we had many workouts which developed languages such as Google and Yandex dictionaries, and such chat as GPT is just recently used for not many time. So talking about developing of AI, so actually market is already counted. So in 2027 it will reach more than $407 billion USA dollars. And it was mentioned that ChatGPT will help to develop business. So all the companies, so they considered that they daily use this ChatGPT, and they told that they make with the help of the GPT, so they have much more results, and also, so there is such a statement that about 400 places can be lost because of developing of artificial intelligence. So we have statistics of OpenAI chat. So we have statistics that 1.8 billion users a day on GPT chat and OpenAI. But let's ask from participants who used GPT chats. Who can use GPT chat? But not so many. About 20%. About 20% of participants. I guess that our students hide something. I think that everybody actively uses GPT chat. But even after the presentation, I hope that many of us will actively learn artificial intelligence sphere. So we have the worldwide forum. So they counted that 44% they are under the risk of transformation and disappearing some specialities because of artificial intelligence. And this statistics says that workers can be under the risk to lose work, not because of artificial intelligence, but because of people who can work with artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is not about just creating codes, but mostly tasks of complicated algorithms. So when talking about AI case, so is it harm or is it benefit? And here we had such case that doctors use for description data of patients, and just in order to economize time, they used this artificial intelligence in order to send materials quickly. And GPT chat had access to this data much more quicker. And many hospitals were worried about using GPT chats to form some orders, but it really depends on how we use it, just for sending data or just for it can be just like of interruption of confidentiality. So sometimes we didn't have real data, and it was given to the court, and there was unreal information, and so ChatGPT doesn't have allowance to be used in laws, and using of different technologies. So it is a really big question. So who is responsible? Who is responsible for using this artificial intelligence? So we have different visions in educational spheres. So where it is restricted and where it is allowed to use. For example, Gabriel's Kreiman, so she has the opinion that 50% from 50. So some students can use these ChatGPTs, but they need to let know their professors about that. So Science Pro is the university where Sergey is provost. So he said that it is restricted to use GPT, but everybody understands that they need to develop using of artificial intelligence. But most universities from Asia, they agreed that
yes, there is no restriction, but another step is to design a policy in order to adapt to the solutions through the IA, the artificial intelligence. And there was a question posed to students of Stanford University: have they used ChatGPT in order to fulfill their homeworks, to do their homeworks? And 70% of Stanford University actually used it in order to form idea. 5.5% had said that they didn't use it. They didn't use it in order to gain the idea, but they have used it in order to proofread, let's say. So those trends that we have in the world is that the GPT chat is changed. Whether it's a threat or the aid, cases show that information might be fake information, and there might be... When we talk about artificial intelligence, some of the ideas might be fake, and we understand that there are solutions that doesn't have ethics. People do have ethics, but artificial intelligence doesn't have. Some of the solutions might be unethical. For example, what is stopping people to change or to develop further, right? Artificial intelligence might even give a solution to destroy humanity. So we know this from very pronounced films and movies. So there is a threat. And of course, it will give us opportunity to develop the ecosystems. Here we have the examples how it could be used in a teaching. It's only the part of the examples. Of course, we can compose the tasks, for example, to give the transform the methods of teaching. I think we should use it, but it'll depend how exactly it'll be used. So there is an algorithm. So first of all, I don't want to, for example, prohibit to use artificial intelligence. What shall we do? First of all, We need to have the exams, which will be combined with the oral and written tasks. We still don't have the policy in it, but if we will talk about, we will come to the idea that we will permit using the artificial intelligence. There's a recipe. It's not universal. So, for example, this year it had been presented very well, but it's not full because we have new solutions. We can generate text, for example, or generate the images. We can tell to students that this text had been composed by text. Try to find false information or some of the mistakes, for example. These elements might be very, very useful. And sometimes you can use it for self-assessment, for example. So you can send your task and then you can compare why, for example, teacher decided to give this mark and ChatGPT gave this mark. Whenever we regulate, we have a question. The main moment is that both students and teachers have to have two things. First, they need to have the equal access to the technology, because according to the evaluation, different technologies that are connected to the artificial intelligence, we don't have the equal access. And it's not only due to the geolocation, it's also because of the opportunities that we have. Not only in Kazakhstan, in other countries, for example, it's also impossible to work functionally. Another question, the second thing is, if university will permit, we need to make sure that each student have full-fledged access. Because many systems, they will need subscription and it will request some amount. So that is why we need to make sure. And the task for the university is that not only teachers, not only students, but teachers also will understand the solutions and the risks and threats with the artificial intelligence. I always give an example on the development of the technologies and strategic issues. And one of the session with teachers, one of the teacher had shared one example. Just for a second, it's the example connected to not only, it's not even connected to artificial intelligence. It was mathematical task that should be solved by Excel. And 98% of students showed it in Excel, but one student showed in the format of 2 sentences. And when teacher asked, the solution is right, but she couldn't know how exactly it came to the solution. The problem was that she couldn't understand and she couldn't evaluate and give a mark, proper mark. Why? Because she didn't know how to use those applications and she didn't know what applications students use. So that is why the aspect that we need to take into consideration, we shall not just teach and train students, but we also need to train teachers. Are we teaching it? Let's look at the programs of PhD, for example, or the Stanford Master's University. They don't have the courses with the preparation or training connected to the development of the artificial intelligence. How do we prepare, for example, teachers? How do we teach teachers? Do we really teach teachers to use new technologies at all? So there are many questions to be answered and addressed. Whenever they got tested, for example, for pedagogue master or teacher master, let's say, there are no questions on the technology, but I think we need to think about that. And respectively, development of the system or maybe transformation of the system. Yes, Mukhtar, I'm so sorry, but you're running out of time. I'm wrapping up. I would like to draw your attention to our university experience. So the most important thing is that our strategy on view over connection, which is the connection with the world, it means that it should have real context from real life. It means that it'll be effective, and if we will not use the real context, it will not help our students to live in the real world. So that is why we can, for example, use fake cases, but if we will use the fake cases or theoretical knowledges and cases, it will not prepare our students for the real world and real life. And nowadays we are developing the functional literacy and the information technologies and technologies. So that is why we would like to invite universities to cooperate so that we could train teachers and train everyone to use technologies in artificial intelligence. We also going to have a conference in 28th of November this year. We would like to invite all of you to this conference, and I would like to wish that this this summit will be fruitful for you. Thank you. Thank you, Niaz Mukhtarovich. I think that we will continue this topic on your conference you're inviting. Dear colleagues, before we will have a break, we have a procedure of signing the memorandums. Dear colleagues, we're going to sign memorandum and contracts. First is the agreement for implementation of the two diploma between Tashkent Pharmaceutical Institute and Astana Medical University. Dear colleagues, we would like to offer speakers to go to the seats, and we would like to ask the rector of Astana Medical University, and rector of Tashkent Pharmaceutical Institute, Rizaev Kamal Saidakbarovich, to come to the stage in order to sign Memorandum of Understanding. Dear colleagues, we're going to sign the Memorandum of Understanding between Medical University Astana and the Republic of Kazakhstan Hospital of Lithuania. We would like to proceed to the stage. The advisor of the Republic Sharia Hospital, Asoro Baghdad. Dear colleagues, we have a coffee break. Please proceed to the right side. On the right side in the hall, colleagues, please be here after half an hour. Thank you.
Коллеги, рассаживаемся. Будем начинать сейчас вовремя.
Colleague, please take your seats. Let's start.
Коллеги, спикеры, dear colleagues, speakers, please, you must put on your place. Please.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті.
Hello, dear guests, colleagues, and forum participants. Today, we are going to welcome you at the International Summit Academia of the 21st Century, standing at the Vanguard of Medical Education, Science and Practice. Welcome. Today, in the forum, we will talk about the strengthening communications and achievements. And the work of today's forum is represented by the speeches and presentations of today's speakers and discussions and projects. And I hope that it will give good results in mutual collaboration of different parties. And I wish fruitful results to all the participants.
Приветствуем вас на нашем сегодняшнем форуме деканов под названием.
We're really glad to see you today, and we are sure that today's forum will give fruitful result in strengthening economic connections among universities. Let me wish to all the participants of today's forum successful and positive work. Let's start our forum, and the first speech let me give to our speaker, the Deputy of Decan of Nazarbayev University, Mr. Dieter Riedmacher.
And a pleasure at the same time to be invited here to give a presentation. And as I was introduced as the Vice Dean for Research and Graduate Studies, I will focus on the first part, which is the research. So for me, the title of the talk that I am presenting today is Research in Medical Programs, Challenges and Opportunities. So, first of all, I want to give you a very, very short overview of the MD curriculum in our school, School of Medicine, Nazarbayev University. It is a graduate entry program, which is 4 years. And in these 4 years, I will not go through all the detail here. You have separated a curriculum into basic science block, patient-physician society block, patient care block, and so on in different years. But on the right-hand side, you see something that is called longitudinal scholarly project. In brief, this is, or abbreviated, this is LSP. This is an integral part of the curriculum and is present in all years, starting with the project selection in year 1, and then you have several intensive blocks in years 2, 3, and 4, and it's ending with a thesis and a presentation in a conference. So this is a research project. So we have different types of projects that students can pick, and they can be wet lab projects, so really bench work, pipetting, working with animals, working with patient samples, with cells. They can be clinical data analysis and evaluation of these data to improve the service, so service improvement, more closely to the medical profession. They can be questionnaires to improve service or find new correlations, or they can be systematic reviews, which is, as you hopefully know, a powerful tool to analyze existing data. In the next slides, I will just give you very briefly the challenges and the opportunities. Obviously, a challenge is to find the time for this research project in the curriculum. As you know, as medical students, your curriculum is very busy, many things to learn, and it's always hard to add some extra content. There's also the problem of finding the money to support these innovative and challenging projects that you hopefully will be doing. And there is also support from faculty needed, and support also for the student during this long journey. So faculty and students need support. This is a challenge for medical schools. Obviously, there's also important positive aspects like the opportunities. First of all, students will be immersed in clinically relevant research. This will raise their student interest in clinically relevant research. It hopefully will generate interesting data that can be published eventually. And students internalize really this evidence base of the medical profession, and they also internalize the lifelong learning approach as they see during this development of the project together with their mentors and faculty that also the faculty is constantly learning. It's not just a professor, it's someone that is still learning, as you should be doing your entire career. So in the next slides, I will give you just some examples. I'm being a little bit selfish here, where I was involved in the last years. And you see here a project which is a questionnaire-based project, where the medical student, Silkia, was the lead author on this paper that was published in 2020. The next one is a wet lab-based project. It's a very challenging project. Everything was done here in Astana. The lead author here is a master student that later then worked as a research assistant, but 2 medical students highlighted with the heart are present here because they had some aspects of the project that contributed to this publication, and thus they were also co-authors on this paper. And just recently here you see systematic review, where again the medical student is the lead author, and this is just her LSP project that was also handed in as a thesis, but slightly rewritten, was published as a systematic review in a reputable journal, BMC Pregnancy and Childbirth. So if we're talking about residents and research, we can see here in this slide that the Accreditation Council of Graduate Medical Education has highlighted the aspect that residents should have scholarly activities during their training. And therefore, also a residency curriculum must provide an appropriate introduction to communication skills, research design, statistics, critical review of the literature necessary for acquiring the skills for this lifelong learning aspect. And also another statement from this agency is that the residents, before completion of their training, must demonstrate acceptable scholarly activity such as original research, comprehensive case reports, review assigned and clinical topics, and should have basic science literacy and understand the fundamental principles of clinical study design and the evaluation. Because the ability to evaluate new findings that are published and then make them useful for your own practice is absolutely essential. If you don't really understand what's behind these publications, you will not be able to judge whether this is a really strong finding or whether it is applicable to your patients or not. The problems you see in the resident research are also very clear. There are common obstacles like the lack of resident time because they are busy with their clinical practice. There is a lack of interest because they are overwhelmed with their clinical work. There again could be a lack of money, lack of teaching programs or materials, lack of faculty time, lack of computers and software. Sometimes this is a very simple thing, but it's still happening. And the last 2 points are very important: lack of faculty role models and mentors, and lack of faculty interest or even concerns. So some faculty are not really keen to foster this research of residents because they think that it would distract them from clinical duties and learning properly the clinical profession. But I think we have to really think carefully and educate our faculty to really be a role model and show them that research during residency and as a practicing doctor is really essential. In a retrospective questionnaire-based analysis, it was shown that residents see their research project as a valuable learning experience, and particularly in improving the abilities to review the medical literature. That's again this point that you should be, not should, must be able to critically appraise what is published. The research advisor is the most influential variable. Here again, highlight our importance as medical schools to have faculty that see the importance of research and are good mentors and role models. And if you see the bottom two things is that less than 2% of the residents feel that the research imparted minimal value. And actually, many state that this learning experience during the research was the most important aspect of the residency training program, not the clinical knowledge that they gained, that they have, that they use to look for when they started to study medicine. It was the research that actually was the thing that really brought them forward. So here are the opportunities. Again, it highlights that active participation in clinical or laboratory research directly exposes the residents to scientific method and stimulates their critical thinking and makes them more useful for working at the medical frontier in these challenging new times of our century. So in conclusion, medical education is a continuous, in fact, lifelong process, and knowledge and experiences gained in medical schools as students or during residency and fellowships in our hospitals are the foundation of this process. And research is an integral part of this education, and we must do everything to facilitate and support the research. I think we have heard from many speakers before the importance of research. I stress it as a Vice Dean of Research in the medical school as well. And I think everyone is aware of the fact that research will also be leading us to innovation, leading us to spin-off companies, leading us to eventually money-making products. So research is the key, and I hope that I could convey this message. Thank you. Rahmet.
Спасибо вам огромное за ваш доклад. Уважаемые коллеги, если есть вопросы спикеру, пожалуйста, в письменном виде можете дать. В конце мы ответим. Разрешите продолжить наш форум. Следующее слово предоставляется декану школы медицинских наук Ариельского университета Офире Эфштейну.
Dean of University of Ariel University.
Everybody, good afternoon, good noon, I'm not sure. Okay, it was supposed to be good morning. Okay, so my name is Ophir Einstein, and I serve as the Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences at Ariel University in Israel. And I would like to exploit the next 10 minutes to show you what we have accomplished in 25 years and to talk a bit on where we are headed. Next slide, please. Maybe I'll do it. Okay, yeah, okay. So in the 25 years that passed since the establishment of the faculty in 2000 at Ariel College at that time, we have come a long way and hit some significant milestones. For example, in 2012, our institution was acknowledged with the status of university. In 2015, we established the first master's program in health systems management, and later in other departments. And we still develop new programs, such as the International Master's Program in Sports Science, that is currently under the evaluation of the Israeli Council of Higher Education. So the Faculty of Health Sciences at Ariel University consists of 6 departments that provide 6 bachelor degrees, 4 master degrees, along with doctoral studies and postdoctoral fellowships. And after giving you this basic information, I would like to tell a little about our academic mission and aims in the faculty. So our fundamental mission is promoting an academic impact to fulfill local and global professional and social goals. We strive for multidimensional and diverse academic excellence, which includes 4 axes of action: excellent teaching and training, excellent basic and applied research, incorporation of entrepreneurship and innovation, and assimilation of organizational and social involvement. To fulfill our mission of academic impact, our efforts focus on 3 main principles. The first is promoting multi- and interdisciplinarity. The second is integrating social agenda. That includes academia-community partnerships, the use of the university-city resource, and promoting diversity among faculty and students. And the third is endorsing internationality. These principles are integrated into the 4 domains of our faculty: faculty personnel, students, education, and research. So one example of the application of these principles is the close collaboration of the faculty with the university clinics. Our clinics consist of multi-professional team and currently include the Child Development Unit. In a few months, we plan to open also the Rehabilitation Center for adults. In our clinics, along with the high-level patient care, we provide training for our students and perform research by graduates and faculty members. Another example for the application of our mission of academic impact is the strong collaboration that we have with the municipality of Ariel City, especially in promoting healthy aging. We call this project Rejuviel 2040, with the vision to reach 2040 with a healthier older population. This collaboration includes home visits of the city residents that are performed by students, lectures given by faculty members in senior citizens clubs, research in the community, and more. Now I will elaborate some more about the 4 domains in our faculty according to our mission and aims and our principles of action. So at the end of the day, you bet on people, not strategies, right? So it is quite impressive that during the last decade, the number of the senior faculty members were almost tripled, and currently there are more than 80 of us. Among our faculty members, there is a balance of senior academic staff and part-time teachers who are clinically experts. Additionally, among the senior academic staff, there is an adequate dispersion of researchers and adjuncts and an appropriate gender equality. Just a second. Yes. It should be noted that our faculty members are highly motivated and engaged with the ongoing management of the departments, the faculty, and the university in general. So he who cares for generations educates people. Out of all the students in our faculty, 85% study in the undergraduate programs and 15% in the graduate programs. We take pride of the fact that our students come from different backgrounds and ages and represent the large spectrum of the Israeli society. They are high-ability learners, motivated and easy to teach. We are also very proud of our graduates that are rapidly integrated into the labor market, and the feedback that we receive from the clinical field is highly positive. It is also important to know that we put many efforts to keep close and caring relationship between the faculty members and our students. For example, the department chairs and myself hold regular meetings with the student representatives. Another example is our students that are involved in some of the faculty committees, such as the Innovation in Teaching Steering Committee that we have lately established. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So in that spirit, we keep on revising our programs. First, we are constantly incorporating emerging new subjects in the curricula, such as health promotion and healthy aging. Then advanced teaching methods are being utilized, such as PBL, problem-based learning, simulations, and lately the digital learning. We also established our unique diact-track degrees, such as the BPT MSc in physiotherapy and the BA MHA in health systems management. And finally, multidisciplinary courses are being offered in the undergraduate and graduate programs. If I've seen further, it is by standing upon the shoulder of giants. Along with the personnel growth, the research in our faculty has been considerably developed. We are currently managing around 20 state-of-the-art laboratories in a wide range of research fields. Accordingly, along the years, the research equipment and data collecting technology have been considerably upgraded. Additionally, our researchers conduct fruitful local and international collaborations. So, the diverse expertise of the faculty staff, together with advanced experimental methods and wide collaborations, provide productive research in various fields, including basic science, applied research, and health policy studies. Consequently, our yearly publications are gradually and successfully growing. So, in line of the evolution and growth of the university, the faculty infrastructure has been significantly developed over the years. That includes upgrading of existing facilities and creation of new facilities for both research and teaching. Aside our laboratories that I have shown earlier, various facilities around the campus serve our faculty. The main facilities are dedicated classrooms, such as clinical classrooms, splint-making classrooms, and anatomy classrooms. The Medical Simulation Center, the Ariel Sports Center, the university clinics, and the upcoming University Medical Center. I will describe very briefly these facilities. 2 classrooms are explicitly allocated for the physiotherapy department for clinical practice. A dedicated computerized classroom for anatomy lessons serves all the departments. And the new splint-making room is currently under construction for the occupational therapy department. Additionally, hybrid classrooms for theoretical courses are provided around the campus to enable simultaneous frontal and distant learning. The Medical Simulation Center serves us in our simulation-based education lessons. This facility provides an innovative environment for students to practice communication, teamwork, and clinical decision-making. The Ariel Sports Center is located 8 minutes drive from the campus. The Sports Center serves us to teach some courses in the physiotherapy program, as well as for our yearly sports day. Just a second. As I described before, the university clinics serve us for both clinical training and for research. And finally, the establishment of the University Medical Center is currently in progress. We expect that this will start operating already next year. So, the greater the obstacle, the more glory in overcoming it. Along with our achievements, we also face quite a few challenges that most of them are already being addressed. Here are 3 of our current most challenging issues. Our first concern is that the curricula of the health profession programs encompass many credits, resulting in a heavy academic load on the students. As I mentioned before, we constantly revise our curricula in line with this issue. The second challenge is the recruitment of high-level researchers in health professions. We believe that challenge stems from the fact that many health professionals prefer to practice their profession, and a minority is attracted to research and academia in general. These both challenges are well-known issues in all universities in Israel. So various local actions, as well as initiatives from the Israeli Council of Higher Education, are taking place to face these challenges. And our third challenge, together with the rest of the world, is facing the era of digital learning that motivates us to develop new teaching strategies and technologies. So, at last, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that. So overall, we believe that we provide a high level of training for both our undergraduate and graduates. Teaching evaluation repeatedly point to a very high satisfaction with academic faculty, programs, and administration. Ultimately, many of our applicants choose our program as their first choice. And importantly, many of our accomplishments have been achieved thanks to the great support we get from the university management. But still, we do not rest, but desire to grow, develop, and improve. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное, господин.
Thank you so much, Ms. Afira. Thank you for your detailed presentation of your faculty, university. We hope that our collaboration with you will be fruitful. Thank you. Thank you. Dear participants, guests, let's give a word to our speaker from same university, Dean of the Faculty of Natural Sciences, Gary Gellerman. Dear speakers, try to be concise. It's 3-5 minutes, if it's possible, of course. 3-5 minutes? Together is 35, right? I'm good at math, I know. Thank you for your understanding.
All right, with your permission. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to give a talk today. So wonderful to be with you here in Astana Medical University. I am a Dean of the Faculty of Natural Sciences, but today I came also as a researcher. So I will talk about antibody-drug conjugates that are state-of-the-art and cutting-edge targeted medicine to treat cancer. I will show you the perspectives, the opportunities, what we do with this respect, and my thoughts how we can collaborate to put these wonderful modalities to clinics. And all this in 3-5 minutes. Anyway, there is plenty of tools for targeted drug delivery. Nanoparticles, biodegradable polymers, liposomes, whatever. But the main portion of targeted medicines are antibody-drug conjugates. First of all, because of antibody, because antibody is very specific to overexpressed receptors in cancer cells, enabling targeting treatment. There are many antibodies, anti-cancer antibodies in clinics today. This is just a partial list. We call them biological treatment. Recently, something like 10 years, new modalities appeared, antibody-drug conjugates. They consist of the antibody, as I said. The payload is a drug or label of any kind, and linker, which is cleavable by certain stimuli overexpressed in cancer cells. The treatment usually is IV. Then the antibody-drug conjugate is circulating in our body, reaching the appropriate receptor, which is overexpressed in cell, binds, enters the cancer cell, releases the payload, the toxin, that leads to the cell death. It happens exclusively in cancer because of the antibody. Again, just a partial list of the antibody-drug conjugates approved in the market by FDA. Today, the 3 cancer indications with the most approved ADCs treatments are non-small cell lung carcinoma, 7 approved ADCs, bladder cancer 6, and breast cancer 6. For hematopoietic cancers, blood cancer, we have more than 20 in the market already. So it looks like these modalities will stay with us for decades. But we have a problem. Problema. We have a problem. What is the problem? The problem is that we're acting in absolute blindness using these wonderful modalities. We don't know where it goes, where it circulates, where it accumulates, where it locates, what's happening with the PK and PD. You doctor should know pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics. You certainly studied this in 3rd year or something like that. So we suggest that ad hoc fluorescent visualization of drug delivery can assist to solve the problem. In other words, we need a bulb, lampochka. Yes? So we propose to add this bulb, or I would say sophisticated near-IR fluorescent system to antibody-drug conjugates to comprise theranostic antibody-drug conjugates, therapeutic and diagnostic together. Just to show you, because the time is so limited, how it looks, this theranostic antibody-drug conjugate in vivo imager. This is the box like that with the fluorescent camera. We put animal inside, and we follow what's happening with our antibody-drug conjugate inside the animal. It's okay, don't worry, I will explain. So you can see the upper layer is a mice with a tumor. We use 2-dye system here, and we use here trastuzumab, which is Herceptin. This is the antibody for cancers with a HER2 positive, overexpressed with HER2. We can see that the green one actually gives us presents the circulation and accumulation of the antibody-drug conjugate, what happens exclusively inside the tumor. And the red one gives us exact picture what's happening with drug release event. We can calculate, using this modality, these fluorescent markers, the drug release concentration at any time point inside the tumor, and this is extremely important for defining appropriate pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic properties of antibody-drug, any drug, not only antibody-drug conjugates. We can also use the system for fast optimization of the PK/PD because we know what's going on inside the animal without killing. What can be done more? We can do targeting photodynamic therapy. Photodynamic therapy, it's a methodology that by irradiation of the certain molecule, we produce reactive oxygen species. Free radicals, very little. I mean, they kill everything. But because of the conjugation to the antibody, that happens inside the tumor exclusively. So for that purpose, we turn the fluorescent molecule into powerful photosynthesizers. It's a chemical manipulation, organic chemical manipulation. So the treatment is again the same, injection IV, then it takes time to localize, something day, maybe two, depends on the antibody. And then after localization, we have a light irradiation near IR source, and it leads to ROS, reactive oxygen species, the free radical formation, exclusive of the cancer cell, what but the tumor. I just can tell you that, okay, let's switch to this. But we went level up. What does it mean, level up? If we administrate this kind of antibody drug conjugate with a photosynthesizer, it can cause incidental daily irradiation before localization inside the tumor. And that definitely will cause toxic effect. It will damage also benign tissues. So we put a certain of safety on photosynthesizer. Safety is предохранитель. You know предохранитель, right? This safety ensures the transformation of the inactive form to active form of photosynthesizer exclusively in cancer cells. Now, having this active form exclusively in cancer cells, we can irradiate and kill the cancer. I can tell you, just one injection, 10 milligram per kilo, is not so much, and one irradiation of our activatable photosynthesizing ADC completely stops the tumor progression. Just one injection, one irradiation. But we have a problem. What is the problem? The problem with the penetration. The near IR can penetrate only 2 centimeters. It's good for animals, but not good for humans. We are not here to heal animals. It's good. We want to heal humans. That's why we are working today on 40 centimeter penetration, which can be a game changer. Our preliminary results clearly shows that our technology for 40 centimeter penetration works fantastically, even better than PDT. I just would like to demonstrate you how it should work in human according to our perspective. This is PET-CT. PET-CT is very limited technology. We cannot see sub-millimeter metastasis, not possible. So if we will inject our medicament, it will be first of all accumulated exclusively inside the tumor because of the antibody. It will be turned into the active form exclusively inside the tumor, including the metastasis. And then upon irradiation, that we can safely do it because everything is inside the tumor, the singlet oxygen will be released as a free radical, kill cancer metastasis, hopefully presenting the PET-CT like that. We don't have it. We have it in animals. And telling you frankly, I will be very happy to collaborate with you to develop such a wonderful modality to advance them to clinics. There's a lot of work should be done. It's a multidisciplinary science, chemistry, biology, pharmacology, spectroscopy. It's enough space for everybody. So we will very happy to collaborate with you in any aspect of theranostic antibody drug conjugate, developing of new fluorescent reporter, developing new photosynthesizer, new toxins. We have our proprietary molecules. We know how to do it, but with your assistance, I think, with your contribution, we can develop an array of various theranostic antibody drug conjugates to cure cancer, and this is definitely the medicine of the future. We plan to develop a new methodologies within the wall of coming Ariel Drug Discovery Center. You can see there's a lot of drug discovery methodologies. Still, the targeted medicine will hold the significant portion of the activities in this drug discovery center. It will be linked to the hospitals, to the pharma companies, to School of Medicine, to the national drug centers, to develop life-changing therapeutics, improving health and well-being in general. I think it easily can be turned instead of Ariel to international with your contribution and your assistance. We also urge pan-facultative collaboration. The linkage to medical school enables fast track to clinical trials. We can do it internationally to collaborate between the faculties. But this is just a research collaboration. I think we have to do also academic collaboration. It's extremely important because the technology that is developed in labs is done by students, not by professors. So first of all, I propose the PhD student mutual exchange program with even mutual supervision. The PhD student is a drive, is an engine behind the development of these technologies, also the postdoc, of course. So I believe that there will be the main portion of the success of developing of these kind of modalities. We have international academic programs for master and the bachelor degree taught in English. For instance, the chemistry is an international degree recognized academic institution in Europe and USA. This degree provides an excellent base for graduate students in Israel and abroad. By the way, the topics for the targeted medicine that I spoke are included inside. We can do with you joint a BSc educational program like we did with the Bukhara University for medical sciences. It's a 4-year program. Last year in Ariel University, main portion of, or significant portion of the courses are taught by distant learning, by Zoom. I am quite confident that the students that will be graduate by these programs can develop, can work in the lab for developing of drugs of the future, and will be part of the drug discovery globally. When I look at this audience, I am quite optimistic because we are all scientists and science connected people. This is our faculty. You are all invited to visit. We will be happy to host you. And thank you for your attention.
Спасибо огромное нашему уважаемому спикеру.
Thank you so much, dear speaker. If you have any questions, you can give in a written form to the speakers. Since we are pressed in time, we are kindly asking to shorten your presentations up to 5 minutes. Next floor. Let me give a next floor to Dean of a School of the Formation, Kazakhstan National Medical University, named after Asfendiyaro Bektimirna Sakipova. Thank you so much, dear participants of a summit. I am glad to see you and greet you on behalf of my university, and I would like to express gratitude for my invitation. I'm so happy today to share my experience, very, very small portion that been done in our field. It's our experience in development of new educational programs in terms of meeting the needs of modern pharmaceutical sector. We hope that we will have competitive students who will be solving the issues of a future and will be on the international level. If you will allow, we have only 3-5 minutes, maybe logically. I have a logical structure in the presentation. I'll just briefly talk about my experience as a dean and how exactly we have been developing the educational programs and how did we introduce these 2 new educational programs. Pharmaceutical sector is one of the dynamic dynamically developing sectors, and you have seen those things like the radiopharmaceuticals, the formation, clinical pharmaceuticals, gene engineering, creating new drugs, innovational drugs, etc. We can talk about it on and on and on. But of course, pharmaceutical education in pharmaceuticals should always meet the needs that we have globally, and of course we have to try to respond on all of the challenges that we have right now. And we decided to have a strategy. In terms of our strategy, we decided to, in order to fulfill our mission and vision, to create develop new educational program that will respond on all of the challenges of different associations. For example, some of the association actually directly came to us in order to make us develop new educational program, and we had a target in order to have a roadmap. Of course, nothing comes out of blue. We know that the pharmaceuticals is developing, and the whole healthcare system is developing as well. And it not only includes the laboratories, and it also includes the teachers. So that is why we had a master's degree with the St. Petersburg University, so that they could be first ones who would be in a two diploma program that wasn't actually happening in Kazakhstan for long. That was the first time when we decided to collaborate with another international university. And another thing that what we have decided, not only to collaborate in the universities, we decided to participate in different international programs and projects. In order to do that, we had to raise foundation. So in order to raise a fund, we decided to seek help from other international for the financial institutions and for the pharmaceutical sector. In the terms of the ARIS, we are the full-fledged members of USP. We are also. And all of it actually served us so that we are ready to create new educational program according to the standardization and methodology in the pharmaceuticals. And nowadays it is accredited laboratory, and it has all of the equipment that we need and medical staff that we have, and it's ready to have this program running. We also have the credits. In my actually presentation, we have all of the information, all of the figures and statistics, and I think that those are the pillars of any educational programs. And now we are in the register of the national educational programs, which means that we have experience of this new program. The next stage was to develop the cosmetology for pharmaceuticals in cosmetology. We know that everyone is using creams, different serums, the oils, and the tooth pastes, and of course all of this should be separately certified and expertized in terms of the pharmacopy standards, and all of it is in the perfumery sector. So that is why, since we have 95% is imported, we are heavily dependent on import. We don't have our manufacturing. We understood that yes, we need cosmetologists, we will need the and we still have a dispute, actually, dermatovenerologists who are becoming cosmetologists. They thought that the specialists, this is the specialty. Actually, it's the new specialty in Kazakhstan because it's on the border of the chemistry, medicine, and the biology. That is why we decided to design new program in terms of the master's degree in order to have the graduates of the technology of the pharmaceutical manufacturing and pharmaceuticals, and also those who are graduating general medicine. This program is jointly developed with the Poland University of Management and Technology, and our students not only studying in the walls of our university, they also go to Poland University. All of the research practices and the practices on the basis of this university, because of the technologies that are presented at this university nowadays, is the most advanced one, starting from the artificial skin, going to the target products. This is the experience that we have, and I think that all of those projects that we are implementing, we have results now that we have won one of the projects, and it will be an impulse to develop another programs further. And as a dean, for example, I can get another partners in different programs, and maybe we will have a platform for collaborating together, dear guests. And I would like to also express my gratitude to Alma Brabekovna. We have been working so many years. She's supporting all the time all of our ideas, and we've been participating in different conferences and EDCI. All of the results had been gained together in the pharmaceuticals of Astana Medical University. And I would like to also express my gratitude to Saule Ilyasovna, because she, as a specialist of the high level, had been advising us and supervising. That is why I think I was concise and fast. Thank you, Saule Biktimirovna, for sharing your experience in the development of the new programs and grants in the pharmaceutical.
Уважаемые участники, разрешите продолжить и представить следующее слово директору Международной академической программы медицинских наук Ариельского университета Исхаку Михайлевскому.
Good afternoon. I consider that I have only 1 minute left, right? Considering that if we fit this equation, and we'll see that I have actually 1 minute. But you know, once it was told that if you cannot make your talk shorter, you don't understand what you're talking about. So I'll try to minimize as much as possible. Okay, so first of all, in this 1 minute, I have to express my my gratitude and my appreciation for inviting me to this meeting. And today I would like to talk with you about neuroscience as a connecting link between growing fastly and unprecedentedly growing science and the academic education. And just if we look to the data, we can see that during the last decade, publication level increased extremely highly, and that means that at 2011 in biomedical sciences 1 million articles were published, and this number is ever increasing. That means that actually data which is collected from scientific investigation is getting to the limit of our cognitive ability to somehow to process this data and understand and or even design new experiments. And today it was quite a lot discussed artificial intelligence and deep learning, which is I suppose the future of the best tool which will help us to understand, summarize, and integrate data, and drive also science. So scientists will not be needed to integrate a huge amount of data, but the scientists will use this integrating ability of artificial intelligence to manage data and to generate new ideas. But the question is how this huge amount of data, which is generated by science, can be taught students, can be used in academic education, because the future of science and future of medicine depend on how we will teach these people. And if we have the problem that we are not able to deliver so huge information to keep updated our students, It means that our education can at some point fail. So I will not go through all these challenges which we have in biomedical education. And I would like to tell that the best option to use a field of science for improvement of a medical education, this is the fastest growing science fields. And here you have a list of different fields of science, which in biomedicine is unprecedentedly growing, and the neuroscience is one of them. Neuroscience is a really huge and interdisciplinary field, and this field is heavily flexible on one hand, and on the other hand, this field also integrates the most frontline methodology and technology which is introduced into science. So adaptation of this program of neuroscience into academic education actually will show us how can be all this growing science integrated into academic education. Here you have a list of a huge development of neuroscience, and this field of science is not as it was 10 years ago. Today we can say that neuroscience is not the same field of research as it was 10 years ago. But how can this field delivered in academia? In general, neuroscience programs exist almost in every respected universities, and these programs are very successful. And in our university also we introduced neuroscience program, but our university went a bit to different direction. In our university we introduced an undergraduate neuroscience track, which actually delivers a graduate level of education. And now I would like to just in a couple of minutes tell why. The graduate level of education allows the student not just to memorize the information, not just compress this information and try to get to exam and deliver it somehow and forget that. Graduate level of teaching to undergrads actually introduce an ability to discuss, an ability to think critically, an ability to try to navigate in this maze of complicated information. And the most important is today not just knowing, the most important is critical thinking. The most important is to find what is the primary and what is the secondary. And such an education actually brought us that our students who graduated this program are estimated at any graduate education level much higher than those students which graduated other neuroscience schools. So the pillars of our education is a comprehensive curriculum which actually introduce the most core disciplines at high level, also hand-on experience, and of course this critical thinking and problem-solving approach. So I will not go to all this curricula of our education. Just what I would like to say that if we use this ability of internalization of neuroscience teaching in other fields of medical education, we actually will have much better successful scientists and much better successful medical students. This is just very shortly. I think it will be enough. Yes?
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our speaker. So one of most important topics about neuroscience. Thank you for your report. Dear colleagues, as you know, from the 2022 in Kazakhstan, new standard was implemented, and we that after 6 years, students are given a bachelor degree of medical university, and now we would like to invite a new speaker, Dean of Common Health of Karaganda University, Polyakova Elena. Thank you for opportunity to tell and to share my experience of implementation of our program. So this program was based on some principles of international principles. So we used a spiral version of integration. So can you turn off the? You can just list my presentation. So we used spiral version of our getting courses, and we applied it from a syndromental approach. And during 360 credits, our students need to get this knowledge. So these modules are clinical modules which are watched in horizontal level. So this is a module of health, adult health, women's health, and children's health. And this mechanism is becoming complicated, but except vertical base models, so each of these module has its own coordinator who shares the level of this module. And except horizontal modules, we have vertical modules which are watched from the first till the final course. Next slide, please. So here there is one of examples of these models which are implemented with university. So we need to have a teacher who can tell us about molecular and cellular modules. And this module is structural, and it is implemented with the discipline, with different kind of disciplines. And in our university, staff is really multidisciplined. And except this kind of modules, so they are becoming complicated year by year. So also we have vertical modules. So it's a scientific-oriented tuition, clinical and communicative skills, problem-oriented tuition, and professionalism. Development dynamic. So we, as we show from the first course, student can get knowledge from the new points, and after that he can know it from different angles. And being the graduate student, he starts to learn new disciplines. How to manage his knowledge, and how to implement its science, how to implement social projects and protect these social projects. In each department, we have different projects. So 11 credits, they are separated into different modules. Next slide, please. So when we formed our modules, so we relied on result and relied to competence. Next, please. And students, when they start their learning their modules, they start to implement their knowledge on practice. And we have many feedbacks from students. I just want to show some interesting cases. This research has shown how many students are ready to implement their knowledge in practice. Some students were less confident and less sure how to use it in practice in comparison with those students who were studying in multidisciplined education. So we can clearly point out that this program motivates, this kind of program motivates students. So our mission is, firstly, to make students to be ready to develop by themselves. So our students and our respondents who were asked, about 80% of students, so they said that they were very well prepared to module course, and this is good motivation. And teachers also noticed that they were creating new syllables, some literature materials in order to help students to be prepared. So we motivated these students. And there are many educational strategies which were applied, and in the cases of virtual patients for education and evaluation, also control measures were implemented. For example, student has only one task, but he uses multifunctional approach in order to make this task. Respectively, we have very high demands, very high requirements in order to have new staff. And to come to conclusion, so when we were working out on our program, which is being implemented for several years, it was registered in programs. So we implemented these principles. The main aim is to make students to be self-oriented. Thank you for your attention.
Dear participants, let's give the floors to the next speaker, the representative of Qoja Ahmet Yassauи University, International Kazakh-Turkish University, the Dean of the General Medicine, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor Moldaliyev Ikhlas Suyundukovich. Please, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I want to congratulate you with the beginning of today's International Summit and wish you to get good results of this summit. And also thanks to Astana Medical University for invitation. I understand that it's difficult to organize such an event, and for myself it was also difficult to come here, and I didn't know till the very last moment if I would come or not here. So let's come to my presentation. The topic is the main problems of introducing a continuous integral educational program, about our experience. So from your permission, I would like to start. And we started our activities from the 20th century, and we've done different works, and we are also working tightly with Turkey and gaining their experience. And this is the Gazi University in Ankara, and they have educational program, and we cooperate with them. And we went there to Gazi University, to their faculty, and shared our experience and gained their experience and compared. And we prepared our program. Of course, there were many difficulties because it was a new direction. and sharing of experience and exchange of experience was very prolific. And in 2000, it was the start of this program, but it didn't get much impetus. But after that, it was worked out more and more. And last year, it was launched in full scale. But I will not tell about the whole history. And first of all, let's talk about what factors contributing to changes in medical education. First of all, new knowledge, scientific developments, the curriculum, and evidence-based medicine, and how to make it in compliance with international requirements. And we discussed among universities about that, of course, and the academics and their experience, professors and teachers, and what is necessary for academics, what is good to have from them. And we work together with Gazi University Dean, and in 2021, in April, we studied how to upgrade knowledge together with them, and how to upgrade knowledge and competence of teachers. We implemented these directions, and then we improved our infrastructure of the university, because in Turkish Republic, each direction, each course, there is a separate coordinator. There is a coordinator for each council as well, and there are connections between courses and how to provide all of this. And for all the courses that we have, we appointed our coordinators and we upgraded their knowledge. And also for each direction, we made councils, and also experienced teachers were introduced into this council, and most experienced was appointed as the chairman. And as I said, the infrastructure development in line with new requirements, we improved our laboratory basis, and we introduced the new equipment and new laboratories, for example, anatomy laboratory, microbiology laboratory, and clinical laboratory, and we upgraded our centers, and we made such works. And of course, we did other works like organizational works, and together with Turkish Republic, there were two upgrades of knowledge in Turkey this year. And in order to give good education, you need to have good teachers, and you need to have good staff. And we reduced our staff and just left only the best staff. And also we accept only a limited number of students, and we reduced our number of students accepted per year to 160 to 200 students per year. And for example, in Turkey, if they study 2 years, then the rest years they study with us. And so we can send our students to Turkey, and we work together. And with such requirements, I think we did a good job. And for our integral educational program, we are moving forward. And I think we have also the model system, and we moved to vertical system. And in the first grade, there were 5 module systems, and each module system in the first semester there is a module system if there is 0, and then in the second semester there are 2 modules, and each student has to pass exams, and then finally he has to pass the final exams. And this is according to Gazi University elaborations. Of course, there are problems. For for example, the master's degree education and requirements for teachers for master's degree, how it's going to be in the 6th year, what's going to be, everything has been discussed, and I think we're going to have good achievements in this direction as well. Thank you very much for your speech.
За сегодняшнее участие нашим.
Thank you. And thank you for your cooperation, and let me wish you success and achieving your aims. Thank you, everybody.
борьбы с заболеваниями, изобретать, как помочь тем, кто нуждается в помощи, исцелять безнадежность человеческим теплом до тех пор, пока самые тяжелые заболевания не останутся лишь на страницах истории. Янсен. Создаем будущее, где заболевания останутся в прошлом.
Добро пожаловать в научно-исследовательский институт профилактической медицины имени академика Доленова Ербулата Ербисалиевича. Место, где наука спасает жизни. Научно-исследовательский институт был создан 6 апреля 2023 года, основной целью которого является научно-образовательная деятельность и разработка опытных конструкторских работ в сфере профилактической медицины. Идея создания научно-исследовательского института принадлежит основоположнику научных основ профилактической медицины Республики Казахстан, академику Академии профилактической медицины, первому выпускнику Целиноградского государственного медицинского института, заслуженному деятелю Республики Казахстан, лучшему преподавателю вуза, Министерства образования и науки Республики Казахстан, известному специалисту в области науки о жизни, авторитету в сфере здравоохранения, доктору медицинских наук, профессору Доленову Ербулату Ербисалиевичу. В настоящее время в составе НИИ работает 39 человек, из них 2 профессора, 2 доктора медицинских наук, 6 кандидатов медицинских наук, 2 PhD, 4 магистра медицинских наук и 6 научных сотрудников. Наш институт нацелен на предотвращение заболеваний и поддержку здоровья. Мы ценим научные открытия и активно применяем их для блага общества. Научным исследовательским институтом разработаны пищевые продукты Лактобапол, Бапол-М, Милки-Бом Плюс, разработаны меню раскладки в разрезе сезонов года, возраста и контингента для школ города Астаны, паспорт здоровья, кодекс здоровья, учебники, нутрициология, валиология, патофизиология в вопросах гигиены питания, основы традиционной медицины, разработана концепция здорового оптимального питания, разработаны критические периоды развития организма. Научно-исследовательский институт реализовывает такие международные проекты, как разработка бальной системы критериев установления инвалидности с учетом положения МКФ, разработка системы социальной реабилитации, улучшение качества медицинского образования ТГМУ имени Абу-Али ибн Сина. Реализованы отечественные проекты с участием наших специалистов, такие как комплексная оценка состояния питания и параметров здоровья, разработка и внедрение научно обоснованных рекомендаций по здоровому питанию населения города Астаны, Центрального и Северного региона Республики Казахстан. Проект Министерства здравоохранения Республики Казахстан услуги по проведению информационно-пропагандистской кампании по вопросам здорового питания, услуги по формированию у населения навыков здорового питания и безопасности пищевых продуктов, разработка и внедрение системы повышения качества жизни граждан за счет профилактики заболеваний и оптимизации питания в зависимости от периода жизни. В нашей команде собраны выдающиеся специалисты в области медицины, диетологии, исследований гигиены питания и других научных направлений. Наши эксперты делятся своим знанием и опытом. Основные направления научной деятельности – это фундаментальные исследования в области персонализированной медицины, прикладные исследования в области профилактической медицины, обучение специалистов медицинского и немедицинского профиля, разработка новых, безопасных пищевых продуктов, фитопрепаратов природного происхождения для профилактики и лечения болезней, предупреждение заболеваний, профилактика и борьба с факторами риска, внедрение и усовершенствование системы ранней профилактики, диагностики и лечения организма подростков, учащейся молодежи, студентов и других целевых групп населения, внедрение многоуровневых коммуникационных мероприятий по формированию у населения навыков здорового питания и безопасности пищевых продуктов, осуществление мониторинга здоровья населения, качества и безопасности пищевых продуктов, повышение санитарно-гигиенической грамотности населения и разработка принципов оздоровления окружающей среды, механизмы здоровья и болезни, донозологическая диагностика состояния здоровья, изучение фактического питания среди населения Республики Казахстан и оздоровление школьников, студентов и других целевых групп населения. Научно-исследовательский институт оказывает услуги по проведению исследований в области повышения эффективности профилактики, основанных на современных принципах доказательной медицины, оценку фактического питания для общеобразовательных учреждений, оценка биомаркеров старения и состояния здоровья, оценку химического состава продуктов и рационов питания, оценка состояния индивидуального здоровья и разработка систем оздоровления, донозологическая диагностика состояния здоровья, санитарно-гигиеническая оценка рабочих мест на производстве, разработка меню раскладок, рекомендаций по здоровому питанию, разработка превентивных программ питания, разработка новых безопасных пищевых продуктов, разработка научных основ первичной, вторичной, третичной профилактики заболеваний, разработка научно-технических документов, клинических протоколов в области профилактической медицины, проведение сертификационных курсов по нутрициологии, диетологии для работников медицины, проведение краткосрочных курсов по современным методам диагностики и лечения нарушений питания для населения с немедицинским образованием, проведение научных мероприятий, конференций, круглых столов, мастер-классов, симпозиумов по направлению профилактической медицины, информационно-пропагандистские услуги по вопросам здорового образа жизни для различных групп населения, консультативно-диагностические услуги в поликлиниках по оказанию нутрициологической помощи. Редакция журнала «Валиология здоровья, болезни и выздоровления» выпускает периодические номера журнала. Мы верим, что профилактика – это путь к долгой и здоровой жизни. Научно-исследовательский институт профилактической медицины имени академика Ерболата Дербисалиевича Даленова в своей деятельности сотрудничает с Управлением образования города Астаны, с Национальным центром общественного здравоохранения Министерства здравоохранения Республики Казахстан, с Казахской академией питания Республики Казахстан, Центром здорового питания, Академией профилактической медицины, с Назарбаев университет, больницей медицинского центра управления президента РК, Национальный научно-профилактический центр физической культуры, Центр активного долголетия акимата города Астаны, Казахским агротехническим исследовательским университетом имени Сакены Сейфуллина, научно-исследовательским институтом курортологии Республики Казахстан с кодексом алиментариуса. Наши исследования приводят к инновациям и новым открытиям. Мы гордимся нашими достижениями, которые вносят вклад в мировую медицинскую науку. Мы также работаем над образованием будущих поколений. Наша цель – передать знания и навыки, которые помогут создать более здоровое общество. Научно-исследовательский институт профилактической медицины имени академика Ерболата Дербисалиевича Даленова – это путь к здоровью через нашу науку.
Магистратура это в течение 3 лет, да?
Мы Янсен. Каждое утро мы просыпаемся для того, чтобы сделать возможным то, что еще вчера казалось невероятным. Мы прокладываем путь туда, куда другие боятся смотреть. Изучаем и воссоздаем сам код жизни, чтобы лечить, помогать, исцелять. Мы открываем двери для сотрудничества, а умы и сердца для пациентов, чтобы наши успехи в лабораториях спасали жизни. Мы создаем инновации в лекарственной терапии и делаем их доступными для всего мира. Мы Янсен, фармацевтические компании Джонсон & Джонсон. Это наша жизнь и мечта, в которую мы верим. Мы будем использовать науку для борьбы с заболеваниями, изобретать, как помочь тем, кто нуждается в помощи, исцелять безнадежность человеческим теплом до тех пор, пока самые тяжелые заболевания не останутся лишь на страницах истории. Янсен. Создаем будущее, где заболевания останутся в прошлом.
Добро пожаловать в научно-исследовательский институт профилактической медицины имени академика Даленова Ербулата Дербисалиевича. Место, где наука спасает жизни. Научно-исследовательский институт был создан 6 апреля 2023 года, основной целью которого является научно-образовательная деятельность и разработка опытных конструкторских работ в сфере профилактической медицины. Идея создания научно-исследовательского института принадлежит основоположнику научных основ профилактической медицины Республики Казахстан, академику Академии профилактической медицины, первому выпускнику Целиноградского государственного медицинского института, заслуженному деятелю Республики Казахстан, лучшему преподавателю вуза, Министерства образования и науки Республики Казахстан, известному специалисту в области науки о жизни, авторитету в сфере здравоохранения, доктору медицинских наук, профессору Даленову Ербулату Дербисалиевичу. В настоящее время в составе НИИ работает 39 человек, из них 2 профессора, 2 доктора медицинских наук, 6 кандидатов медицинских наук, 2 PhD, 4 магистра медицинских наук и 6 научных сотрудников. Наш институт нацелен на предотвращение заболеваний и поддержку здоровья. Мы ценим научные открытия и активно применяем их для блага общества. Научным исследовательским институтом разработаны пищевые продукты Лактобапол, Бапол-М, Милки-Бом Плюс, разработаны меню раскладки в разрезе сезонов года, возраста и контингента для школ города Астаны, паспорт здоровья, кодекс здоровья, учебники, нутрициология, валиология, патофизиология в вопросах, гигиена питания, основы традиционной медицины, разработана концепция здорового оптимального питания, разработаны критические периоды развития организма. Научно-исследовательский институт реализовывает такие международные проекты, как разработка бальной системы критериев установления инвалидности с учетом положения МКФ, разработка системы социальной реабилитации, улучшение качества медицинского образования ТГМУ имени Абу-Али ибн Сина. Реализованы отечественные проекты с участием наших специалистов, такие как комплексная оценка состояния питания и параметров здоровья, разработка и внедрение научно обоснованных рекомендаций по здоровому питанию населения города Астаны, Центрального и Северного региона Республики Казахстан. Проект Министерства здравоохранения Республики Казахстан услуги по проведению информационно-пропагандистской кампании по вопросам здорового питания, услуги по формированию у населения навыков здорового питания и безопасности пищевых продуктов, разработка и внедрение системы повышения качества жизни граждан за счет профилактики заболеваний и оптимизации питания в зависимости от периода жизни. В нашей команде собраны выдающиеся специалисты в области медицины, диетологии, исследований гигиены питания и других научных направлений. Наши эксперты делятся своим знанием и опытом. Основные направления научной деятельности – это фундаментальные исследования в области персонализированной медицины, прикладные исследования в области профилактической медицины, обучение специалистов медицинского и немедицинского профиля, разработка новых безопасных пищевых продуктов, фитопрепаратов природного происхождения для профилактики и лечения болезней, предупреждение заболеваний, профилактика и борьба с факторами риска, внедрение и усовершенствование системы ранней профилактики, диагностики и лечения организма подростков, учащейся молодежи, студентов и других целевых групп населения, внедрение многоуровневых коммуникационных мероприятий по формированию у населения навыков здорового питания и безопасности пищевых продуктов, осуществление мониторинга здоровья населения, качества и безопасности пищевых продуктов, повышение санитарно-гигиенической грамотности населения и разработка принципов оздоровления окружающей среды, механизмы здоровья и болезни, донозологическая диагностика состояния здоровья, изучение фактического среди населения Республики Казахстан и оздоровление школьников, студентов и других целевых групп населения. научно-исследовательский институт оказывает услуги по проведению исследований в области повышения эффективности профилактики, основанных на современных принципах доказательной медицины, оценку фактического питания для общеобразовательных учреждений, оценка биомаркеров старения и состояния здоровья, оценку химического состава.
Are we good to start? So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had good break, and I'm excited to open up a startup session or medtech session, where I hope that we're going to have a fruitful discussion relating to the implementation of all the great ideas that were discussed, were talked before, and will be discussed in the next two days. So I'd like to ask Professor Albert Pinchasov to say a few words. Albert Pinchasov is from the Ariel University, is the rector of the Ariel University. Microphone.
Hi. At my point of view, this is one of the interesting sessions on this summit. We will talk about technology transfer, and in few slides, only I have 3 slides, I would like to tell you why we at Ariel University decided to move on this direction. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Nobody there? Vitaly Viktorovich? Nadia? Okay, nice. So at Ariel, we have 150 research labs. We have 25 research centers. And in addition to this, we recently established Ariel University Entrepreneurship Center, which actually work in collaboration with 2 strong entities in Israel, Kaplan Medical Center and the Holon Institute of Technology. In addition to this, we established Booster Science Accelerator program, which allow to researchers and students like you to make their dream reality. Professor Doron Benami will talk about it in more details, how to take something from the bench and bring it to the market. We also have Ariel Scientific Technology Transfer Office. More than 200 projects, about 68 granted patents. But what is important, we already integrated the tradition of technology transfer within the university community. But my last slide will not belong to technology transfer. It belongs to research. And why research? If university want to establish strong and solid technology transfer unit, technology transfer culture, it needs first to invest in research. On this slide you see that Ariel University in 2012, 11 years ago, when it was just established as a university, published less than 200 papers in scientific journals. I'm talking about from Q1 to Q4. In 2021, we published more than 1,000 papers. Most of this paper in Q1 and Q2. So if university want to establish culture of technology transfer, it needs to invest in research. Good research, good technologies, good platform for technology transfer development. Then we decided together with our colleagues from Shizim incubator to establish something more when we were ready, only 10 years after. And I'm very proud that now Young University of Ariel collaborates with the Shizim incubator. Dear Doron, thank you very much for making this session happen, and I wish you all very fruitful meeting. I think that this is a very unique opportunity to see how we can integrate technology transfer in medical life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Penchasov. And now I'd like to invite Mrs. Natalia Melech from MCI Medical. Natalia is a partner with us on many projects, but here on the MedTech project as well. And Natalia, please.
Hello, everyone. Если можно, я все-таки...
If I may, I will continue in Russian. You know, I am so glad for everything happening today, and I would like to express my gratitude to a rector of this university, because since he was appointed as a rector and president of this university, the new stage, a new level had been established, and I think that it will be the starting point of our friendship. We are already cooperating for last 15 years with different facilities, organizations, as well as the institutions in Kazakhstan, and we work with doctors that are in clinical practice, and what we were lacking and what we wanted to be right in the beginning of the process, which is the education in medicine. So which means that conducting programs starting from the degrees. I've always been told that best clinics is happening just because of the best research activities. We're talking about innovations, researches, and different structures, and because of these structures, we actually are marking 30 years of our relations between Kazakhstan and Israel, We had lots of projects, and because of the new managers of a university, this university is quite young, developing, and first of all acknowledges innovations being one of the key factors for the development. Sometimes it is difficult to adapt something new but for dynamic university, for young university being dynamic and be productive in ever-changing world is easier. And nowadays what is happening is actually the testimony of aforementioned, my aforementioned words. I'm a witness how many talents this country has, how many doctors has, to be honest, crazy ideas might come from Israel or US. Probably they would make it millions and millions of dollars. Unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, talented doctors couldn't become millionaires as US and Israel doctors might become. But important thing is that government does understand that there should be investments and contributions into the government, to the talented people, to the sectors, and what is happening is marking the new era where everyone understands that we need assistance that might be given to our structure or Shenzhen, for example, in this case, so that world would hear you as fast as possible. Not because what I'm trying to say, I'm the ambassador of Kazakhstan in the world because I believe into healthcare system in Kazakhstan, but I understand that Israel doctor is easier to get the grant and go to the ministry. Whenever we say that this had been, for example, designed or developed in the laboratory of the Ariel University or Shenzhen, or it somehow is heard differently. And what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to be advocate of Kazakhstan and try to say that I'm trying to help, and I'm always saying that maybe we will do that together in cooperation. We will come to the accreditation level even, and investment. We understand that everything depends on funds, and of course we will also give assistance in this. And I hope that this summit will be the beginning, that in a short period of time we will hear good news from Kazakhstan that had been done due to and thanks to this summit, and it'll be core contributions made in as a platform for the further development. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and now I'd like to invite myself to give a talk about startups and global success. Okay, so now I'd like to talk about a vision, a very big vision, but at the same time to think about practicality, how to make the vision happen. And that's the huge challenge, and I'm sure that those in this hall that are doing research, they're doing inventions, understand that the challenge is not to come with an idea, the challenge is to make the idea work and happen. And in our case, the happening is to bring idea to global market, to global success, to good health to people, good health individually, financially, win-win for everyone. That's the idea. And this is a big challenge, and you may know that startups usually fail. I'm talking about medical startups. This is what I'm doing. I will elaborate a little bit in a minute. Just as a starting point, I'd like to say that I'm grateful for the invitation that I received from Ariel University, from Medical University of Astana. I've been working in Kazakhstan until 10 years ago. I was head of MSD, Merck, the pharmaceutical company. I headed the CIS region, and I used to come to Kazakhstan probably twice a month. it's amazing what happened to Astana since the last time I've been here. It was about 10, 11 years ago. Very impressive. And I feel the vibes. I feel the energy, and I think that this is an energy for exactly what I'm going to talk about. So just to give a background and show you some technology, 1.5 minutes, about ideas and technologies that we developed in our accelerator that I'll talk about in a minute in Israel. And this is how it looks like. This is innovation.
Introducing Liberty, the first and only fully disposable, affordable robotic system for endovascular procedures with a unique one-and-done approach by Microbot Medical. Liberty is a game changer, about the size of a personal device, affordable, disposable, and remote controlled. It eliminates the need for capital equipment with dedicated cath lab rooms. In addition, it is preloaded with a one-and-done tool that combines guide wire and microcatheter into a single device for outstanding performance. The Liberty robot provides linear, rotational, and tip control of its integrated one-and-done device, as well as linear motion for an additional over-the-wire device. With full control over tip curvature and stiffness for superior maneuverability and access, and without the need for constant tool exchanges, the one-and-done device drastically reduces procedure time and costs while enhancing the operator experience. While preventing exposure to ionizing radiation and reducing the need for heavy lead vests, Liberty's intuitive remote controls simplify advanced procedures while shortening the physician's learning curve.
That's the second technology.
The Exact ACE robotic system, the only comprehensive robotic solution combining image-guided planning and real-time monitoring with precise robotic instrument insertion and nonlinear steering. Together with its synchronized patient body-mounted feature to compensate for respiratory and body movement, the Exact ACE robotic system delivers unparalleled accuracy and consistent outcomes. Unparalleled accuracy, consistent results, efficiency in the delivery of patient care. This is how the Exact ACE robotic system is changing interventional radiology for good.
The Triticum retriever is advanced over the wire. Upon entering the blood clot, the device wings are folded in an arrow-like configuration, offering a low-resistance profile with minimal disruption to the clot. As the device is pulled back, its wings open and retrieve the blood clot.
We are reaching a time where more and more people will have easy access to their DNA. Just about 15 years ago, it cost the equivalent of 4 jumbo jet aeroplanes to read the sequence of one human DNA from beginning to end. Today, it costs around a bicycle to read the DNA, and it takes about the time to read your DNA, the same time it'll take you to ride your bicycle from home to work and back. Before you know it, it's going to cost like a cup of coffee, and it'll take the time to read your DNA, the same time it'll take you to drink the coffee. Isn't that amazing? We are reaching a time which we call DNA of everything. We will be able to read the DNA of everything around us. This is a new layer of information we have never seen before.
So these were just examples of few technologies that we licensed from an Israeli university that young entrepreneurs. Okay, it's a roller coaster. There are ups, there are downs, failures, successes, but that's the life that we are doing, and I must say that we are having fun. As I said in the beginning, I'm the CEO and a partner of Shizim Group. Shizim is an Israeli accelerator, a leading Israeli accelerator, a private accelerator that supports startups. What you see in this map, and you don't need to learn the details, it shows you an ecosystem. We built an ecosystem of 3 accelerators. One for medical devices, the other one is for digital health, the other one is for ophthalmology, only ophthalmology. We also have other supporting companies, like marketing companies for medical devices, for pharmaceuticals, which create a big ecosystem, which is a junction where technologies, ideas, entrepreneurs, supporters are crossing one each other, meet, and all we do, and that's my job, I'm only a little integrator that is trying to connect the wires. As I said before, the ingredients of the salads are there. We are preparing the salad on one dish. Otherwise, you have a mess. And that's the vision that we're going to have. The team of Shizim consisted of our chairman, who is Mr. Tamir Pardo. He was the former head of the Mossad in Israel. Mr. Yossi Bornstein, who is the founder and the president of the group, and myself, the CEO. And we have an idea, we had a vision, we talked about it with Professor Pinchasov, we talked about it with Nadia Melech, we talked about it with other colleagues, and I want to share with you ideas that we have regarding the innovation, the development of innovation, Israel and Kazakhstan, or more correctly today, Kazakhstan and Israel. So first of all, I'd like to share one slide, how Kazakhstan is perceived in external eyes. I'm not completely objective. As I said, I've been working here. I know Kazakhstan internally, but I'm sharing with you how people from outside that doesn't know exactly the space, how they see Kazakhstan. So, first of all, Kazakhstan is recognized by international community. There is high level of innovation and scientific knowledge. I think that the reason is that many physicians from here do fellowships abroad, probably in the US, maybe in Europe, and I believe this brings the connectivity and the understanding. Kazakhstan is perceived and known as a cost-effective place and professional place for clinical research. You may know that this is a huge challenge. Israel was perceived like that in the past, and this brought a lot of research into Israel as long as the quality of the research is high. And I believe, and based on my limited experience, there is a high level of science and high level of clinical research also in Kazakhstan. Very strong development capabilities from IT, from research, and many more. There is a governmental support. There is a notion of the government that they should support the startups, which is great, and we heard a lot about it this morning, and I was very happy about it because I was not aware of all the activities. And last and not least, the geographic location of Kazakhstan. I don't need to tell you, but it's a perfect place, just center of all the directions. At the same time, I would say that there are some challenges yet. In general, in the CIS region, and Kazakhstan is perceived as one of the CIS countries. And there are two main points that I'd like to share. One is that the innovation that is generated from CIS region, post-Soviet markets, is not very welcomed on the West, in the Western countries, the Western markets. Correctly, not correctly, I don't know. I'm sure that there were some failures in the past that didn't make it work well, but that's a perception. And I think that this perception must be changed because there are great technologies here. The second point is investments. There are investments locally, but if you need to generate significant investment for the later stage of development of startups, that's a challenge because the ecosystem of the VCs, of the venture capitals, of the investors that wants to invest in startups, they are not really directed into the CIS or Kazakhstan. They are more directed to the West. Israel, for example, is blessed by many, many eyes that are watching Israel from the US, from Europe, from Asia, looking into Israel, looking into startups of Israel. There are many delegations that we host that just want to see startups and idea and are looking forward the investment. The thinking is how to make it work also toward the to the Kazakh region, to the Kazakh country. That's something to work on. So about Israel, probably many of you know the country. We actually share few things that are similar to Kazakhstan in terms of innovation. There are about 1,600 companies in Israel, startups, medical startups. and many are generated, are being developed or created every day. We have 70 innovation hubs. We have a lot of R&D centers of international companies, big multinational companies. They're open their innovation centers in Israel. That was a vision that was done by Shimon Peres, the late Shimon Peres, many, many years ago, and it worked very well. There are many VCs in Israel. Also, the VCs in Israel are not investing significant amount of investments. The main investments are coming from the US and from Europe. Government support, like in Kazakhstan, and the global reach. Israel, I think a bit like Kazakhstan, many physicians are doing fellow in the US, in Europe. There is a big network that is working all the time, and this is critical for success. These are just examples of some successes that came from Israel in the medical space. You can see that the biggest exit was $11.1 billion, 11.9, sorry, pharmaceutical company. Another company was sold to Medtronic Mazor for $1.6 billion. There are some others. I'm not going to list everything. But there are a lot of successes. And you know, when one success happens, success follows. And investors want to be part of it. Everyone wants to take part in the party. We usually don't talk about failures. But they are, trust me. So I'd like to share the vision. As I said before, I spoke with Professor Pinchasov. We discussed with him and his team. We spoke with Nadia Melech. We spoke with other colleagues here. And the idea is to establish a Kazakh-Israeli medtech innovation hub that will take all the good stuff, good elements that Kazakhstan can offer, Israel can offer, combine them both, and make something additive that will make 1 + 1 = 3 and not equals 2. That's the whole idea. The mission is simple. Identify startups here in Kazakhstan, also in Israel, and take advantage. The startups, by the way, can be medical device, digital health, pharma, any good idea as long as it relates to healthcare, also diagnostics. The idea is to identify startups, onboard them onto a program, and I apologize for this very complicated slide, but this is how life looks like. That's a complicated. We want to funnel startups that we take on board. We decide mutually that they are fitting our project, take them through a channel that will support them funding, will provide education about how to build the startups, how to manage the startups, support them in research, support them in development. The support should be done here in Kazakhstan as well as in Israel. Ariel University has amazing infrastructure, amazing scientists that can do the support. A lot of work can be done here. It's a mutual idea. And in the end of the day, there's need to be a reach out to multinational players, how to talk to the potential purchaser, partner. This is something that people need to know how to do, and once this is done, hopefully the little startup become a success and everyone is happy. I try to simplify it in another slide that looks like that. We scout, we select, we invest, we accelerate, we do R&D, and we commercialize. And just to make it even more simple, because I always like the bottom line, is identify, accelerate, and commercialize. Very simple. Not so much as you saw before, but that's the idea. If this works well, and we believe that Kazakhstan is the perfect pilot ground for the project, once this is done, the next step might be expand it to many more markets. The same idea, same seed of idea in many other markets, CIS, Europe, maybe even further. I don't know. That's a vision. Let's start with the first. The collaborators of this project are Ariel University, which are close friends and close collaborators, Astana Medical University, that are our host, and we more than welcome collaboration and activities, MVI, Nadia Melech and her team and her amazing network, which is crazy, a crazy need for such ability to network, and a long list of potential partners in Kazakhstan that could be governmental bodies, university, entrepreneurs, technoparks. The whole idea is to put it all around in one place, one box, and hopefully make it work. Let's collaborate. We look forward to discuss with anyone that is interested. We're going to have some meetings, and I hope that we're going to be successful for both countries. Thank you very much. I go back to my moderator seat. And now I'd like to invite Anwar Tungat, Director of the Expertise Department, Kaz Innovation National Agency for the Development for Innovation, Kazakhstan, that will talk about measures to support innovation activities.
Good afternoon. I am a representative of National Institution of Innovation Development, Kaz Innovation, and shortly I want to tell about those instruments of support which our institute have in order to support projects of our young innovators and projects of real economic sector. I would like to tell you ideologically about the measures of our governmental support. In detail, it will be a little bit boring. That is why let's start with you potential appliances. And let's imagine this situation. So we have a group of young initiatives which creates some projects, some products. And now it is called startups. And in this process, they come to the point when the product is ready and it is in the market sphere, and all hopes is to get benefit, but they don't have results and don't have these benefits, but expenses are increasing, and it is often called like death valley. And these startups just closed and finished, but no ideas are implemented. And in order to help our startups, in order to give additional chance to these projects, so we have innovation grants, which is called commercial technology grants. So it is separated in two stages. The first stage, when government supplies support up to 20 million tenge, and this sum is to perform your products. And its imperfection is the reason why the market don't receive your product. It can be software or device and anything else. And if we consider expenses from these grants, you can see that all of these expenses are to help to the team of 5 people. Don't be worried about the money, the place where to work, and to concentrate to make production perfect, and to have opportunity to be on the market with better production. So these are light requirements. So everything that you need is financial support. So the company should be a company of a small business, and you need to make application to our institution, and also you need to have acceleration program to complete these programs. And in order to take a part in our competition, you have to have MVP production. So any kind of production should have acceleration. And at the end, you will have final production, which is in demand on the market. The amount is multiplied to 4. And finally, the production that you receive at the end, you can enlarge the demand of this production, and accept those expenses that were in the first stage. So you also can have opportunity to have a marketing plan. And also, if you need any equipment, it is possible to get it with the help of this grant. And also business trip expenses, as it is often grant receivers use. You can present your production somewhere abroad. And successful completion of the first stage, it is that you own this product which is ready for production, marketing plan, and having investments in the amount not less than 30%. And to be clear, so grant is absolutely free, and it doesn't require any money to have back, and you need to sell your production not less than 10% of the receiving grant. According effectiveness of these instruments, so many of our projects which we receive from startups, so due to this opportunity to have the second breathing for so usually they make investment, so they get investment from big companies and move to worldwide markets. And acting companies which are successfully working during 3 years on the market, the aim of this dealing is transforming technologies. So it means that if one company which makes some production and they make a partnership abroad, so this foreign partner, for example, is owner of some famous technology, and our Kazakhstan's company wants to get rights to use this production in its own location. So it is called grant for acting business or entrepreneurship. So here it is possible to get 400 million tenge for developing acting manufacturers in the area of Kazakhstan. And in the frame of this grant, it is possible to buy half of equipment that you need for your company. And if the company have experience not less than 3 years, so they need to have experienced staff. According other things in details, so we have a site, kazin.kz, so it's our site. You can find and download all the materials and all regulations. And also we have telephone. You can connect at any time and discuss your project and look what details you need to implement in order to participate in our participation. So we have solution. In order to start participation in our grant, need to fulfill too many documents. You need just a certificate of acceleration, and you're pretending to take a part in our grant. So we have colleague organization and 9 members of councils or representatives of science and business spheres, which make decision about giving or not giving of these grants. With these documents, firstly, you move to pitching ideas. You have about 8 minutes in order to explain your ideas. So what is the target of your project, and what problems are going to be solved with the help of your project? And on this pitching of ideas, so the council is evaluating the potential of your project. So does it solve any important, any essential problems or not? And in conclusion of this pitching, if you evaluate it in a good way, so you after that you have technical moments. So you are checked on risks and and after that you give your documentation one more, and the council is considering to give or not to give this permission to have this grant. According to the second kind of grant, so here we have serious representatives of companies. It is also checked on full information, providing full information, and we can give you time if you need to make some additions. And after that, you can have these grants. You can receive. I wish you success. I wish all your projects come true. I know that all your projects are
Thank you, Anwar. As we discussed earlier, the support from the government, to my humble opinion, is critical. And we see a very detailed, great plan that government supports the startups. In some countries, we realize that the bureaucracy is too heavy, and startups cannot pass through the bureaucracy to get the funding. As long as it makes sense and is friendly, I think is perfect, and that's probably the right approach that the country should support the startups. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Aidan Sabitov, Head of Project Management Team, Project Office of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of Kazakhstan, Head of the Alliance of Technology Commercialization Professionals of Kazakhstan, that will talk about Startup Nation Kazakhstan.
Саламатсыздар ма, құрметті әріптестер. Біріншіден, ұйымдастырушыларға алғысымыз шексіз.
First of all, hello. I would like to thank all the organizers of this summit, and also I would like to thank our colleagues who came from different parts of Kazakhstan, and abroad, and I hope this summit will give good results to all the participants. And we heard a lot of speeches, a lot of presentations from the morning, and I will try to be brief because I made a small presentation today, and I saw that many colleagues are moving and are talking about similar things, and I will speak about students. My name is Aydin Sabitov. I represent the Ministry of Education and Science, and
Dear friends, in the beginning of the and in the project had his name is the Startup Nation Kazakhstan. What's the point of it? So before this moment, I've been working in the fund, and I'm commercializing and monetizing different startups, and we came to the conclusion that in Astana, in Almaty, yes, science is developing, commercialization is developing, but in some of the regions we face challenges as well as the obstacles. Whatever people are criticizing that in some of the regions and they're saying their feedback is that no, we are working in the region, everything's fine, but in the reality, scientists sometimes doesn't have enough level of a competence in order to go from theory to the practice. I think our presentation is not, my presentation and my speech is a little bit different. I'm sorry, so that is why probably it's better to not show my presentation, but everything should start, of course, we do have from the scientists, we have to have the professionals, we have to have teachers. And whenever I was studying medtech this year, for example, Kaz Innovation are leading the block of the SIC, for example, the med technologies. Kazakhstan overall had shown good results, to be honest. And we have a project which we have results, which is good one. There had been article published and showing the indicators that we're in top 10 in medical projects, and I'm sure that there are many projects in medical field, and maybe on some of, I think each of us have some of the projects, but some might have just a raw idea, some of us might just written the plan or structurized it, someone is maybe implementing it. So that is why we decided to launch Startup Nation Kazakhstan, which is a national project. First stage had been already launched. We have 5 stages. First stage is Proton, second Eketon, Marketon, and Edeton. And the Proton, it's the fundamental material technical supplying. So right now we have announced the contest for the protection testing and incubation. We want to have in each region the centers where we have prototypes developed. So, and we would like universities to support in this and provide all of the equipment and material, as we call it, material basis. We have looked at the experience of Nazarbayev University, how the fun labs had been created. I have noticed that frequently, and often in Almaty even, sometimes they have prototype of the heart, for example, being ordered in order to experiment on it. I think in more or less in modern society, it would be interesting for you to create those prototypes and, let's say, mock-ups and use it for medical purposes. That is why we thought maybe Medical University Astana will contribute in this and take part. Another stage is Idiaton. We will start in September. And here, active participation of young scientists, students is important. You don't have to be only students in order to participate in our project. You can be jointly joining us with teachers. It's not only promoting the idea. In the world experience, we see that we have to be able to collaborate between professors and students, professors, and students among yourselves. So that is why in EduTone we thought that they will be sending applications regarding their projects, and the open sources we will be publishing and announcing all of the stages and all of the requirements. It won't be complicated. And then after applying, you will go to the Makeathon, where you will prepare the prototypes, let's say. You will have some construction work or scaffolding work, and from these prototypes you will go to Markeathon, where you will be researching and learning the market. You will adapt maybe project and tailor it to the needs of the marketing. You will be analyzing a lot there. And then with the ready business plan, with the ready analytics, with your prototypes, you will go to the 5th stage. It might, which is the investment. It might be financing through the private investments, or maybe organization investments. It might be fundraising. It will be the research work that might have a potential to become commercially successful project. And every time we have grants, and we always announce our grants where you can participate. For example, KAZ Innovation contests could be also integrated into your work, and then you might shift to the grants. So the main point is to engage you not only to science, but also make your science earn money for you. Not only you, of course, government, but first and foremost is you, so that all of the professors, students, teachers be participating. I would like to invite all of you and disseminate this invitation. I have been working many years with young specialists, and there are many instruments to receive investments and funds. So that is why we have a fund of science. If you can apply in a quality level, I think you can get good grant and then have a product and then implement it. So use people, you are surrounded. You have our contact details are available for you. You can get them from organizers. Thank you so much for your attention.
Dan, I compliment you for the names of the little projects. In the beginning, I didn't understand what you're talking about, but then it came down. Very nice. I'd like to invite Pavel Kuran, Dean of Faculty of Environment, Jan Evangelista Purki University in Ústí nad Labem in the Czech Republic. Pavel will talk about technologies for treatment for waste from medical facilities.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear students. In my short contribution, I would like to deliver a message as it is written somewhere in 7 minutes. Yeah, as was agreed last week on our online meeting. And I would like to deliver a message about our research activities somehow related to medical research and technologies. So it means I will talk just 1 minute about our university and faculty of environment. Then I would like to move to describe our activities regarding the treatment of waste, especially liquid and solid waste from medical facilities. And finally, I would like to conclude with our new PhD program, Environmental and Biomaterial Sciences, which can be somehow interesting for audience here. So, briefly, our university is located in Czech Republic, as you can see, on a border with Czech Republic. It's not so easy to show. So that's why I guess it's the study, or let's say study stay in our university, especially at the Faculty of Environment, very attractive for students from Turkey, especially from Istanbul and Antalya. Yeah. So let's turn to our university. It has nearly 9,000 students, 900 staff, and a budget 27,000 million in Kazakh currency. And as you can see, it consists of 8 faculties, and Faculty of Environment is one of the founding faculties of this university. So a couple of words about Faculty of Environment. The new management of the Faculty of Environment, headed by me, has realized broad organizational changes in 2019. Simply said, as a dean, I decided to cancel all departments and to form 3 new ones. And one of these departments is maybe the candidate for the good cooperation with Ariel University, Kazakh and Uzbek universities as well. And I would like to stress that all these departments are strongly supported by Scientific and Technical Support Center, which is consisting of 6 specialized centers. So our faculty has nearly 400 students and 105 staff. We had moved in September 2020 in a new building, as you can see on a figure. It was a really rough task for the new management of our faculty to move the whole faculty to the new place. And in red you can see the main research activity I would like to mention here: environmental, sustainable and green chemistry, materials and technology. So let's turn to the hospital waste. Maybe you are better experts than me in this session. That's why I would like to mention that the waste from medical facilities generally, it's one of the least predictable and most problematic waste at all. Our motivation at the Faculty of Environment was increased or speeded by recent COVID-19 pandemic, because during this pandemic the volume of infectious waste from hospitals and other medical facilities increased really many times, and that's why it resulted that the collection companies and incinerator companies were overloaded in this infected waste. Here you can see the annual production of hospital waste in Czech Republic. As you can see, it is nearly 23,000 tons per year. So it's a reasonable amount, significant amount of the waste, solid waste. And what to do with it? First of all, we have to we can divide this hospital waste into the several classes: specific medical waste and materials, radioactive waste, infectious waste, and non-infectious waste. So, what's the common technology? How to treat the hospital waste in Czech Republic, or better said, all over the Europe? It's incineration, just to burn it in heating plants, but under energetically disadvantageous conditions. That's a key point for our motivation, why to deal with this problem, with this topic. Regarding the non-incineration process, you have to be careful of such a waste, because you have to carry out firstly decontamination and sterilization of such a waste. And this can be done by many processes. We are focused mostly on low thermal and chemical processes in combination with mechanical processes in order to reduce volume of this waste and so on. advantages, I don't want to, maybe I can mention, we can gain from this waste relatively high content of usable process, liquid and gas as applicable energy supply. That's a motivation for us, the main motivation, not to burn it, but to produce from these valuable chemicals. So the ultimate goal of our research activities in this field is the development of a technology that would efficiently and safely dispose of hospital waste, or the production of new products that could be used for further material evaluation. It means from hospital waste or waste from medical facilities. This can be achieved via several technologies, autoclave and converter. I don't want to bore you with the details of these techniques, so let's turn to our motivation generally to chemical recycling of waste. Simply said, we would like to avoid such a situation as you can see on desert Nairobi or somewhere in Indonesia, where this waste is on a dump site, and as you can see, the originates can collect some still usable clothes or plastic waste. So we don't want to have it in Europe, or I guess nobody wants to have such a landfill landscape pictures. So that's why it's circular economy, and that's why we are dealing even with the hospital waste. We've got at the time some knowledge about these technologies or how to treat this waste. For instance, we have finished the project, international project C4, focused on development of produce cycle process for the recycling of old clothing. Simply said, we are now able to recycle or to treat old clothes in order of separation of valuable chemicals. The same, we have finished the project Cactu, which was focused on the chemical recycling of municipal plastic waste here. So for this purpose, we are also good equipped in the laboratory, micro laboratory scale. We've got such a tandem microreactor for testing of chemical recycling processes like pyrolysis, especially. It means heating under inert atmosphere, under nitrogen atmosphere. We are able to crack the polymers into the smaller molecules. Yeah. So on this slide you can see several examples. Maybe the most important is the second figure, where you can see the conversion of bioethanol into the ethylene. And when you are able to produce ethylene, you can produce the new polymers again. We've got a big company in the northern part of Czech Republic called Orlen Unipetrol, and they are producing huge amounts of polymers from ethylene. So if we are satisfied with the results from micro laboratory scale, then we can make a scale up. On laboratory pyrolysis unit, here we can put, let's say, 200 grams of municipal waste, for instance. The result, on the left side, you've got a municipal waste, shredded, and on the right side, you've got a liquid, gasoline-like liquid, in an ideal case, of course. This is one case for, or one suggestion for cooperation. We can test different materials.
Мы можем протестировать разные материалы для конверсии. Это такие химикаты, как биодизель и что-то вроде того. У нас есть ноу-хау система для утилизирования жидких отходов, которые я уже отметил ранее.
Every hospital, it used like a blood thinner, that's the reason for that. But it's also used in huge amounts in the pulp and paper industry. That's a source of contamination, for instance, in Czech Republic, pulp and paper industry. Why is the EDTA so problematic? The problem consists in the fact that EDTA is very polar and well soluble in water, and that's why it's not possible to remove EDTA by conventional wastewater treatment plants. That's why you have to think about something new. That's what we done. So here you can see the figure from Ústí nad Labem, where we found the EDTA concentration on the level 200, nearly 200 micrograms per liter. It's quite a elevated, a significant amount of this pollutant in normal river. So we tried to reduce the content of EDTA in water by this technology in cooperation with company ProAqua, located in Ústí nad Labem directly. So as you can see, the efficiency of removal was just 50%. So in wastewater from hospital, we are able to monitor all possible pollutants, metabolites, drugs, I don't know, everything. So as you can see, and the result of our research in this field is that you have to apply 3 stages for purification of such a hospital wastewater. First stage, mechanical; second stage, biological degradation; and third stage, purification, special kind of purification. So here you can see some analytes which we are able to analyze, determine, and here you can see the technologies applied for pollutants removal from wastewater: sorption, photooxidation, electrocoagulation, and immobilized microorganisms.
Time is over, Pavel.
Okay, I'm ending now.
Thank you.
If you want to develop any kind of technology, you need the eyes. You really need to see what you have inside of your streams, water or solid waste. That's why we've got this instrumentation, powerful instrumentation for organic and inorganic analysis as well. So, and the last slide, I would like to introduce our new PhD program, which really, I guess, can be interesting for the participants of this conference: Environmental and Biomaterial Sciences. The leader is our faculty, Faculty of Environment, and partners are Institute of Czech Academy Sciences and Technical University in Dresden, Germany, and Fraunhofer Institute, also located in Germany, EIKT. So as you can see, you can find some subjects which are really overlapping our interest here in the audience. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Yulia Vyatkina, the CEO, Department for Investment and New Project, JSC Science Fund, Kazakhstan, that will talk about successful cases for commercialization of projects in the field of medicine and mechanisms of support, JSC Science Fund. Please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for invitation. I'm glad to participate in this event. Хотела в первую очередь выразить благодарность
Firstly, I want to express my gratitude to Astana University, Ariel University for organizing this platform. And today I'm the representative of science. On the whole, so it was created in 2006, but the operator of this grant is for commercialization of technology since 2016, and there were some competitions from 2017. Since 2021, this fund is the institution of commercializations. Together with Alliance, Kaz and other organizations. So what was the problem? So giving the competition, so we got less and less applications, and in spite of the fact that we know that in Kazakhstan today each university have many completed scientific researches work which cannot be applied. And the Fund of Science understood this problem that we are lack of competence. On the whole, everybody who wants to participate, they don't have enough competence. So in the science sphere and in the business, so we want to have higher certification. Talking about financial and venture culture, so it is on the lowest level, and we want to talk about investments, that we have long-term investments and what benefits can we receive. So these are short results that we held in 4 competitions. So we had competition in 2022, 16, and 17. So we have 218 projects. 15% is for experts, and 5% who has benefit about 1 billion tenge. So the whole volume of purchases is 9 billion tenge. Due to medicine projects, so most projects from our companies, they are from agricultural sector. So 15% are projects from medicine and healthcare and everything connected with that. And in spite of the fact that only 15%, so 33% are for medical items. So export is equal to 4.5 million tenge. And I want to stop on successful case of our grant receivers. So one of them is iLab company. So they made a project of screening rhinopathy. So this project is really effective in distant areas or during pandemic times when we don't have any opportunity to see the doctors face to face. And also it is used with artificial intelligence together in order to have the condition. So it has the result of 48 million tenge. The next project is hemosorbent. So it is used with the rice, scale of rice, and so the benefit is 78 million tenge. And also the product which is exported for the amount of 1.2 million tenge, and also one project which is exported and exports. So it is equal to 7 million tenge. So what about mechanisms? So how can you implement your projects and to move it to worldwide market? So we have work with perspective projects. So the second stage is grant for implementation, commercialization, in order to have prototype of laboratory and to make the first sellings. And the next is improvement of projects and getting the grants. Now we're actively working on this stage. You not just get these grants, you also have a manager who will help you to bring your project to the market. And also we have a direction of opening the state doors. So we, for example, we had one project about wind generators, and they had a request for our Committee of National Security in order to have this safety. So they applied several times to committee, but they didn't get the answer immediately. In this case, you can rely on help of manager. Now I want to stop on ecosystem that we are working with scientists and students. For example, if your student Burashov Tolegen, so he was working with medtech reactor on the 6th of June. So he was through the translation. So you can apply to your scientific organizers. So our mechanism is online acceleration. So we have project of technological acceleration, but it's under confirmation. Now we're working with those resources that we have. You just come to us with your presentation, and our business trainers and experts, they will help you to pack your project, and they will try to attract investments. And also we have business partners, about 180 members participate in this team. So this is pool of those who are ready to invest to Kazakhstan's innovations. So we're changing science and business, and as a result of this integration, we have commercialization, and we make a deal. So today we have a deal. So 31 persons were experimented in this reactor. According to our second activity, so one of our condition is so you need to have financial support. Why? Because you need to understand that your project is commercially attractive. So we cannot invest in non-commercialized projects. For example, if a applicant and grant-getting person doesn't have any state basis, so the financial budget is only 10%. But if you have startup company jointly opened, so the amount of budget will be different. So financial budget will be 30%. So the main condition, so the manager of this project should be the citizen of Kazakhstan, and investors and business people can be from abroad, can be foreign. And our requirement that at the end of the project you need to have benefit, you need to have income of 10%. So the size of this grant is up to 350 million tenge. But also you have post-grant period. During this period, your project is supported by our managers. So the main requirements for applyment. So you need to have an accountant in your team, because sometimes we have problem in implementation of projects. And also, if you make startup, so the director of this startup should be an applicant during implementation of this project. Due to the third stage of improvement, this project, so several months ago, we had a meeting with Chinese representatives, and some projects were represented there that I mentioned before. And also we help to connect our projects with Kaz-Trade and Kaz-Export, and with those organizations which help to move to worldwide market. And our projects are presented in Alibaba. Some vet medicines and supplement about safety. Also, we are working with incubator, Chinese incubator, which is called Junya Hulian. And all our events and mechanisms you can get if you follow our Telegram, and all the details you can get on our site, or also you can follow our site. Thank you.
Yulia, can you please tell, is this these grants are complementary to the KAZ Innovation grants? They go at the same time or one in a sequence?
Yes, we are working with a similar activity, but Science Fund invest only in those projects if we have deep scientific researches. So only science.
I'd like to invite Jun Cheng, the CEO of CIS region, BGI Genomics, that will talk about access to advanced technologies for all nations and people. And I'm very happy that now we have the perspective of the big corporate that is seeing it from the other side. Please.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished Rector Mr. Kamazam Nadirov, distinguished participants, I'm Jun from BGI. I'm from China. I'm very honored to get the invitation to participate in this forum. Today, the topic of my speech is access of cutting-edge technologies to all nations and people. As we all know, all this innovation is very closely tied to the new funds and the new technologies. And speaking about innovation, we must firstly ask ourselves one question: what is the purpose of innovation? In my opinion, it is all about to provide people a better quality of life at a lower cost and in a shorter time. Okay. When discussing how to successfully bring medical technologies to the global market, I believe that not only medical technology, but any technology which aiming for global population must be accessible, affordable, and equitable. And we all know that the accessibility and affordability of technology are more closely linked to the development of infrastructure. I would like to give you several examples. The reason why electricity has been able to reach 90% of the global population is the infrastructure which provided by the power stations and the cable networks. And similarly, the widespread adoption of internet globally is also the reason that there are so many basic constructions of networks. Speaking about the precision medicine, its success hinges on the awareness of personal genomes. However, at present, we can see that the personal genomes range around less than 1% of the world's population, and indicating that right now the precision medicine hasn't yet widely awareness or widely familiar to most people. Therefore, one of the initiatives undertaken by BGI is to continually to reduce the cost and the technical barriers of whole exome sequencing, which in short is WGS. This year, we have launched the revolutionary platform T20+2 as the newest sequencing platform. Through the this platform with the goal to allowing us reduce the cost for the whole genome sequencing, and also allow for all the medicals and the scientific researchers to use WGS as a tool. Can you imagine that 30 years ago, the sequencing cost of the first human genome project, there are some echoes, sorry, the first human genome project was $3.8 billion. Through the technical innovations and also the iterative improvements, BGI has been able to reduce the cost to $100 per genome. So here, when the cost is low enough for everyone, we can only spend a few amount of resources to gain acknowledgement of our entire genome, instead of just focusing on some specific genes. In this sense, we can shift the public's perception of precision medicine from for what to why not. So when the cost is low enough, why shouldn't we use this technology to obtain more valuable information? And what valuable information can this $100 WGS bring to us? So firstly, we can see that WGS can detect all the chromosome variations, which could be detected by chromosome microarray analysis, and also whole exome sequencing. In addition, WGS can also detect the monogenic disorders and also find out the characteristics in pathogenic disease. So when the cost of WGS continues to decrease and becomes affordable for everyone, people can use this technology to detect more disease throughout the life cycle, such as pre-marriage, pre-pregnancy, and so also prenatal, etc. This could facilitate people to from the early detections, the diagnosis, also treatment of different disease, ultimately reduce the deaths which caused by birth defects, genetic disease, and cancer worldwide. Actually, we have a very classical example to eradicating disease by widespread technology. With the affordable vaccine, people firstly successfully eradicate the disease of smallpox. Similarly, when the cost of genetic testing becomes accessible and affordable for everyone, we can use this technology to make advanced prevention to different types of genetic disease. And this can make us far away from the genetic disease and even some disease related to cancers. In addition to historical examples, here I would like to present the recent examples of the newest technology. Actually, the non-invasive prenatal screening is a present example to show us how we can use this technology to reduce the burden and also save the cost for healthcare systems. Non-invasive prenatal screening actually is known as NIPT. NIPT can use the maternal blood samples to detect chromosome abnormalities in fetuses, allowing for early prevention and treatment for related disease. And the most appealing case would be Down syndrome. Through these pictures, we can see that the incidence of Down syndrome actually significantly reduced in Shenzhen, Changsha, Hebei province, and other province cities in China. This not only, as mentioned, reduced the burden on families, but also saves the cost for the public health system. It also demonstrating the cost effectiveness of these preventive measures. So we know by using DNA technologies in medical field, we can improve the well-being of mankind. And when the technologies could be used in the agricultural field, it ensures the food security of all the mankind. 21 years ago, BGI has published the first rice genome paper on science. And after 2 decades of development, successfully, the perennial rice was cultivated. Actually, it allows the multiple harvest in 3 to 5 consecutive years and make very significantly contribution to the to solve the food security programs worldwide. And also, perennial rice has been listed in the Nature's top 10 technological breakthroughs in year 2022, got the fully support from the World Food and Agriculture Organization. In addition to perennial rice, actually perennial rice is just one showcase which we use the advanced technologies to address the worldwide programs. BGI also actively joined in all the projects for other sequences of different species. Here, BGI also involved in the Earth Biogenome Project, play a vital role as a participant, organizer, and a platform provider. Here you can see that BGI almost sequenced around 60% of the global agricultural crop species, and it extends beyond land. BGI also sequenced the marine species. Till now, BGI already sequenced 28% of the global total and 48% of the national total. When the data continue to grow, we have the ability to integrate it into a national genome. Here you can see that BGI is honored to act as the operator of China National Gene Bank, which is the world's largest comprehensive gene bank. It is a national asset and funded by Chinese government. And with gene bank and as an infrastructure, all the innovations could be extended. Here we can see that all new economy requires for the development of new technologies and also new infrastructure. Much like cable constructions to the electric economy, gene bank is the basis for the development of bioeconomy. Actually, based on this new infrastructure, we can extend all the new innovations. Besides gene bank as a foundation, what else can really extend the development of our industry and technology? This is the innovation of tools. With microscope, people firstly observed cell, and with sequencers, scientists first witnessed DNA and completed the first human genome map. Right now, with the help of spatial omics technology, people can even see further, get the panoramic map of the life in the molecular level. This is our spatial time omics technology. You can see that the colorful dot represent transcriptions. Here with the subsecular level resolution and centimeter level perspective. Here is also in less than half a year in 2022, ST-omics research achieves in spatial temporal omics have been published in 3 leading scientific journals, such as Cell, Nature, and Science. Also, BGI ranks the top 10 of the Nature's Life Index worldwide. And this is also the Spatial Temporal Omics Consortium. Also, with less than 1 year, we already involved more than 260 scientists from more than 30 countries and regions. Here, sincerely, we would like to welcome the scholars and experts from Kazakhstan to join us into this Spatial Temporal Omics Consortium as well. Here, this actually shows some real practice case we have already done worldwide. Actually, BGI participates in 50% of the world's existing large-scale population genome projects. Among of them, we have the world's first million people genome project, and also the Asia's largest genome project. In addition, here, this slide actually represents some public health projects work with our local partners. Here, all those partners, they have employed advanced technologies under our guidance. And also, the applications includes from the prevention and control of reproductive health, prevention and control of oncologies, and also prevention control of infection disease. Through the technology transfer and talent training collaborations, and also through the large-scale projects, we ensure that innovation could benefit people worldwide. This is also BGI's mission, which is omics for all. Finally, what we can bring here to Kazakhstan, actually here I would like to proud to announce that together with our local partner, we are going to open a lab in Astana to bring all the cutting-edge technologies from China to here, and all those testings will be performed locally by our local partner. Mainly, BGI just plays the role of as the technical provider and platform provider. Finally, I would like to conclude my today's speech with one sentence. The best way to predict the future is to create the future. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Thank you so much, June. I think that's fascinating, and that's a great example of innovation and how fast things are moving when you have the right talent and infrastructure. Thank you so much. Do we have a taller guy from Johnson & Johnson here? No? So I want to thank everyone for the participation. I think that's an amazing journey that we are going and about to go and even accelerate it. Thank you for the audience, for the participation, and I think that we all deserve good luck. Thank you very much.
Так, дорогие гости, наши иностранные,
Dear guests,
foreign guests, to and everyone who wants to take a tour of a university. Excursion. Коллеги, экскурсия по...
Colleagues, we are going to have a tour in the facility. Let's gather on that side that I have pointed out.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, әріптестер. Менің есімім Бекжан, жасым 35-те. Қазіргі таңда
зажать и один раз зажать.
Мы Янсен. Каждое утро мы просыпаемся для того, чтобы сделать возможным то, что еще вчера казалось невероятным. Мы прокладываем путь туда, куда другие боятся смотреть. Изучаем и воссоздаем сам код жизни, чтобы лечить, помогать, исцелять. Мы открываем двери для сотрудничества, а умы и сердца для пациентов, чтобы наши успехи в лабораториях спасали жизни. Мы создаем инновации в лекарственной терапии и делаем их доступными для всего мира. Мы Янсен, фармацевтические компании Джонсон & Джонсон, Это наша жизнь и мечта, в которую мы верим. Мы будем использовать науку для борьбы с заболеваниями, изобретать, как помочь тем, кто нуждается в помощи, исцелять безнадежность человеческим теплом до тех пор, пока самые тяжелые заболевания не останутся лишь на страницах истории. Янсен. Создаем будущее, где заболевания останутся в прошлом.
Добро пожаловать в научно-исследовательский институт профилактической медицины имени академика Даленова Ербулата Дербисалиевича. Место, где наука спасает жизни. Научно-исследовательский институт был создан 6 апреля 2023 года, основной целью которого является научно-образовательная деятельность и разработка опытных конструкторских работ в сфере профилактической медицины. Идея создания научно-исследовательского института принадлежит основоположнику научных основ профилактической медицины Республики Казахстан, академику Академии профилактической медицины, первому выпускнику Целиноградского государственного медицинского института, заслуженному деятелю Республики Казахстан, лучшему преподавателю вуза, Министерства образования и науки Республики Казахстан, известному специалисту в области науки о жизни, авторитету в сфере здравоохранения, доктору медицинских наук, профессору Даленову Ербулату Дербисалиевичу. В настоящее время в составе НИИ работает 39 человек, из них 2 профессора, 2 доктора медицинских наук, 6 кандидатов медицинских наук, 2 PhD, 4 магистра медицинских наук и 6 научных сотрудников. Наш институт нацелен на предотвращение заболеваний и поддержку здоровья. Мы ценим научные открытия и активно применяем их для блага общества. Научным исследовательским институтом разработаны пищевые продукты Лактобапол, Бапол-М, Милки-Бом Плюс, разработаны меню раскладки в разрезе сезонов года, возраста и контингента для школ города Астаны, паспорт здоровья, кодекс здоровья, учебники, нутрициология, валиология, патофизиология в вопросах гигиены питания, основы традиционной медицины, разработана концепция здорового оптимального питания, разработаны критические периоды развития организма. Научно-исследовательский институт реализовывает такие международные проекты, как разработка бальной системы критериев установления инвалидности с учетом положения МКФ, разработка системы социальной реабилитации, улучшение качества медицинского образования ТГМУ имени Абу-Али ибн Сина. Реализованы отечественные проекты с участием наших специалистов, такие как комплексная оценка состояния питания и параметров здоровья, разработка и внедрение научно обоснованных рекомендаций по здоровому питанию населения города Астаны, Центрального и Северного региона Республики Казахстан. Проект Министерства здравоохранения Республики Казахстан услуги по проведению информационно-пропагандистской кампании по вопросам здорового питания, услуги по формированию у населения навыков здорового питания и безопасности пищевых продуктов, разработка и внедрение системы повышения качества жизни граждан за счет профилактики заболеваний и оптимизации питания в зависимости от периода жизни. В нашей команде собраны выдающиеся специалисты в области медицины, диетологии, исследований гигиены питания и других научных направлений. Наши эксперты делятся своим знанием и опытом. Основные направления научной деятельности – это фундаментальные исследования в области персонализированной медицины, прикладные исследования в области профилактической медицины, обучение специалистов медицинского и немедицинского профиля, разработка новых безопасных пищевых продуктов, фитопрепаратов природного происхождения для профилактики и лечения болезней, предупреждение заболеваний, профилактика и борьба с факторами риска, внедрение и усовершенствование системы ранней профилактики, диагностики и лечения организма подростков, учащейся молодежи, студентов и других целевых групп населения, внедрение многоуровневых коммуникационных мероприятий по формированию населения навыков здорового питания и безопасности пищевых продуктов, осуществление мониторинга здоровья населения, качества и безопасности пищевых продуктов, повышение санитарно-гигиенической грамотности населения и разработка принципов оздоровления окружающей среды. Механизмы здоровья и болезни, донозологическая диагностика состояния здоровья, изучение фактического питания среди населения Республики Казахстан и оздоровление школьников, студентов и других целевых групп населения. Научно-исследовательский институт оказывает услуги по проведению исследований в области
Қайырлы күн, құрметті жастар. Қазір сабырлық танытайық. Бір 5 минут көлемінде бастаймыз. Көп уақытқа созылмайды. Жарты сағат 40 минут уақыттарыңызды аламыз. Егер сұрақтарыңыз көп болса, максимум 1 сағат. Сұрақтарыңыз бар болса. Яғни сіздердің салаларыңыздағы білікті мамандарды ортамызға шақырдық. Қазір сұрақ қою барысында сұрақтарыңызды дайындап, жақсы ойларыңыз бар болса, қоя біліңіздер. Сіздер елдің ертеңі деп күтіп отырмыз, сондықтан да ойларыңызда, сұрақтарыңызда тұшымды болады деген ойдамыз. Сәл сабырлық танытайық. Құрметті жастар, құрметті елдің ертеңі, сіздердің алдарыңызда бүгін өздеріңіз білесіздер, мынау мемлекет басшысы Қасым-Жомарт Кемелұлы Тоқаев ғылымды жаңа бағытқа шығару мақсатында біздің академиямызға, яғни Қазақстан Республикасы президенті жанындағы Қазақстан Республикасының ұлттық ғылым академиясына осында үлкен статус берді. Жаңа статус, яғни президенттің жанындағы деген. Енді академия жаңа құраммен, жаңа ғалымдармен топтасатын болады. Осы академияның айналасына білікті, білімді мамандарды жинау жұмыстарын бастап кеттік. Осы мақсатта елдің ертеңі болатын осы жастар деп, біз құрметті жастар сіздерге үлкен үміт артып отырмыз. Осы жастарды біз көптеген Қазақстандағы 1000-ға жуық жастардың, білікті, білімді жастардың біз, яғни ғылыми ұйымдардан олар туралы ақпарат алдық. Яғни оларды бізге ұсынды академияға. Осы академияның
And they were proposed to the academy. And here among you, a special working group was created. And how are we going to do it? We were thinking about it. Maybe youth council or maybe youth group, or maybe working group near the youth council. And the youth council, we thought that it's going to be just just for consultation, but working group will develop specific concepts, specific decisions for the government. That's why we created the working group. Life and health, the working group was called, and it was consisted mostly young people, and people who have publications, who have different works, and we gather them from different parts of Kazakhstan. And this working group, this session is attended by different participants, by this working group and by other members. And if you have any questions, you're welcome. So now we're going to have the open microphone, and after our speakers finish their speech, that's why, dear young specialists, young scientists, please be active. And we invited special guests for you, and they will tell you and help you and answer your questions. And first of all, I would like to give the floors to the Vice President Lazat Taspolatqızı Yeralieva. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Hello, colleagues and young scientists.
От имени Национальной академии наук при президенте Республики Казахстан вас всех на этом первом форуме, где мы собрали очно молодых ученых, врачей. И я хотела бы сегодня поделиться о том, какие планы Академии наук и какие перспективы есть у вас, сотрудничая с нашей Академией наук. Презентацию можно будет поставить? Немножко расскажу о себе, так как я вижу здесь есть мои студенты бывшие, которые...
I see my previous students here who have finished at Vanguard of University. So I am infectionist, professor, and I am currently a doctor. But as it turned, so that it is really a big honor for me to represent National Academy of Science, and as the state of our government said, so the president sees you as a hope that you will move forward science. And as Ruslan, our moderator, said, that our president said that we are working a little bit more than 100 days, and we are gained a status. So we are implementing expert activity in our republic, and among all of tasks, the most important tasks are connected with you. It is support of young scientists and participants in science popularization. Can you tell me who has Instagram page? Raise your hand. 100%. Who has Facebook page? Almost 90%. Who of you published a post? Who published a post how it is good to be in a science? About 6 or 7 students, but the main mission which will be for you is to contribute in a popularization of science. So we have 4 departments and 4 vice presidents, but currently we will it is supposed to be 5 members, and this department will be divided. And I will stop on science of life, on science on life. So our aim is to connect tightly with all researchers institute, and in our republic we have about 414 scientific institutes and all universities. Talking about healthcare, we have 8 medical universities, 16 medical scientific centers, 184 laboratories. Among them, 97 are state laboratories, and we are actively collaborating with each of them. And 2 days passed as we were entitled with the status of University of Science. So we were working 24/7. So we have created scientists, leading scientists in Kazakhstan, exactly doctors which are dealing with science. And we created a group of young scientists. We prepare to foresight research. So this is the kind of research which explains how the science will be behaving in the future 5 years. So it is not possible to. So we hold a forum. So we met medical universities from China and Moscow State University named after Lomonosov. We met the representatives of German universities, Freie University, Eurasian Institute. We have met the General Secretary of Sorbonne, Kazakhstan, and all of them are ready to cooperate and to supply all the news and grants, namely to Kazakhstan. And I would like to say that financial support from their side is open, and they have the opinion that you are passive. Even teachers are more active than doctors. However, the last round table we held in the frame of the Cultural Day in Uzbekistan with the National Academy of Tajikistan. And we are 100 days, and we have many partners in mass media. So we have an agreement of cooperation, Khabar agency, national telecompany. They are ready to cooperate with us and to support you young students. And also we organized working visits in medical organizations. In Astana 2 weeks ago, we met the Ministry of Health, and we have met a neurosurgery, Nazarbayev University. We have visited this University of Astana, National Center of Astana, and we had round table in the National Center of Healthcare. By this, I want to say that we have many meetings, and we are planning in September and November to hold many meetings. And now I want to stop on Nazarbayev's words, and I want to stop on the key points which are connected with young students. In villages, now there are more than 3 objects of healthcare are building. So you have an opportunity to work in good hospitals. Opportunities are enlarged to participate to participation of citizens in receiving in solving state decisions. So the president said that it is necessary to develop hydrogeneration. So to solve the problem in in subways. To implement into the life the principles. And also we had an analytics, and there are many problems of development of medicine science, and this is the least part in researches which are being held right now. So low financial of science, we have such problem, and so it's the little part of those problems which were faced in the result of analytics, and all of this will be reported to our president. And also we have issues such as issues which are towards you. So how to raise prestige of scientific Kazakhstan, how to attract our students into Kazakhstan, how to make the science popular among youth. You know that in China, so we have a law, the whole law about popularization of science, where popularization of science is learned from the kindergartens, school, college, and university. So each person who thinks that have connection with science, they need to understand their parts in the popularization. So which regulations can you suggest? How to stimulate to make science to return to our country? About 30,000 scientists we lost, but how to return them? So in many countries there is a policy of losing our scientists. Last year, about 30% of all scientists, 30% of scientists we lost. Why? Because they managed to return them. What ideas do you have to? So we were talking about startups today. So I think you have heard about that today. According our Science Council, so we're looking suggestions according the chairman and the secretary until 20th of September, and also we are presented in social networks. Please follow us in Instagram, Facebook, and take a part in social life. We are open, and all questions you can ask us all questions.
Да, сейчас она подойдет, я представлю, да, она эксперт Департамента науки Академии. Вот, Динара, подними руку, пожалуйста. Угу, вот, к ней вы можете обращаться, если вам нужно телефон 24/7. Да, она вам всегда ответит, даже ночью. Поэтому, пожалуйста, будут какие-то предложения, обращайтесь. У меня все. Спасибо большое за внимание. Если будут вопросы, отвечу.
Thank
you, Lazat Ospanova, dear participants. And Lazat Ospanova said about the important problems among scientists, among young scientists, to prepare staff and to execute scientific works. There are a lot of problems on the way. And in the social networks, you say about problems in the social networks, how to meet and how to deliver the messages. And that's why we make a special plan in our working group, and in our meetings we have specific questions, problems and their solutions, and what we deliver to the ministries and to the government. Problematic issues, and Lazat Taspolat said right, our doors, the doors of the academy is always open for young scientists, 24/7. You can communicate us anytime, you can raise any issues, and I will tell you about it. Problems of water, you heard about it. It's happening in the regions. Now it's a dry season, and this issue to the head of state, Vice President Asghar Jumadildaev, when he met the president, he raised this issue himself, and you noticed it yourself. And there is a special project about it, not only with his participation. How many scientists prepared resolutions, their thoughts, they were delivered to the head of state. And the government gave specific tasks to the ministry, and the ministry is handling this water scarcity issue. And now in the medicine, who will raise these issues? Who is ill? He will say about his pain. That's why you guys, young people, you have to raise the issues. You have to deliver your thoughts. And this is a platform, this is a area to deliver your problems and issues. And among us there is Ashken Bakhtiar, Mr. to deliver his ideas. Bakhtiar, Mr., the floor is yours. Hello, dear participants, young scientists. For me, it's a good opportunity to speak in front of you. And I would like to speak on the topic
Конечно же, если мы обратимся к бюрократической точке зрения, да, которая подразумевает более формальный подход к постановке данного вопроса, то это молодежное собрание полномочий.
So it's really important to find people who you will trust to, and you will come to result with. So the scientists council suggests to you this opportunity. Here you can find those people who can support you and give comments. So what are principles? Firstly, it's support, because as a doctors, we understand that stress doesn't lead to good results. So we need to make this load lower. Except this motivation, It is the essential part of our issue. So we need to have a positive mood and talking about migration. So we understand that we have good opportunities in some spheres, worse opportunities, but we need to show all the existence opportunities. So we need to show that version in which we can work fruitfully, and we should understand that that everybody understands science differently. Now, for a doctor, it can be connected with medicine. For some of them, the meaning is different, and we cannot define it with one word. But the most important for youth, for students. So why do we need this science? We're planning to be a doctor. So why should we work with researchers? Being a student to develop our potential, it is our responsibility, because nowadays we have a very big competitiveness in this sphere, and we often see it in mass media and we hear it, and our task is to demonstrate that that we have a doctor, and we have a doctor of evidence-based in clinical practice. And we understand that all our actions and recommendations and all our advice is based on evidence. So the opinion is the lowest level. So we need to have evaluated basis. What opportunities do we have these days in Medical University of Astana? On the first stage, we have reward which encourage the startups of students, and also organized so in internal grants, so giving rewards to staff of publications, so support in formation project documentations, and system using, which is called anti-plaque, and working on activity of medical university. And it is a fact that always we will have opportunities, chances, but firstly we need to describe problems and issues. And today we need to make it clear all the projects. And from the side of the National Academy, we need to notice that we have facts that we cannot keep in our minds. For today, for each of student, we have some mysteries about actions, about activities, what to do in order to receive grants, what we will do after receiving grants, what are you planning to do after implementation of these plans. And these are tasks that are needed to be worked on. And we need to work on those teams which were suggested to you, only in one of you directions. It is really rare case when all the teachers are working in different directions. And also high competitiveness. It is a really big problem. In order to be competitive, we need to be competent in all the previous aspects of scientific activities of previous problems, and also comparing evaluation. This is the problem because of they don't know what will change. So it depends on working out from teachers. And misunderstanding of scientific career. It means that we misunderstand some steps of our career. What are we planning to do further? Can we consider ourselves as real doctors? Will our salary change from it? So will we change our quality of life? So these are really important questions. And complete procedure of financial. So who is responsible for grants, what to do, and as a students council, so they need to give all the information on this question. And also we have lack of knowledge and skills, publication skills. We frequently face these issues. So it's really serious indicators, especially for students who just are starting their work. Even master degrees and PhDs, they can face this problem. It is because of the lack of knowledge how to do this conferences, how to do these conferences, what to say, what is the time management, how to make new contacts. So as we said before, science is a teamwork. So we need colleagues who will be more competent than we, and we need to start such cases. And also we know that it is frequently in demand. So financial is not enough in order to go even to Almaty or other Kazakhstan city in Kazakhstan. If we see our colleagues' work, how they do their work, what is their method, how to work with equipment, what to pay attention to. It is really important. And for young scientists, so it plays a prevailing role, because it's our potential in future and our appliance in practice. Do you agree with me that it is a very important question? And if you have additional issues, I'm sure that they exist, but we need to have this challenge, and this stage is really important. And even during this session, these questions should be attached in our plans to discuss in the future. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bakhtiar. I see that you delivered your thoughts very well. Thank you very much. Now, dear colleagues, as you know yourselves, like Mr. Bakhtiar, the Council of Young Scientists was created to study science. And through this council, you can reach very high levels, because we didn't reach a good height without such platforms. Nobody can do this, but through different platforms, you can get good results. You can achieve very high levels. Dear working group, after we finish, we can sit ourselves and discuss. And how many young people we have here? And we can use this opportunity. And I would like to share with the young people with one idea, As you know, how long are we going to get medicines from abroad, from Russia, from Turkey, from China, from everywhere? And if person is sick, how long are we going to go to Korea, to Europe? Why don't we produce everything here? Why don't we make everything here? Why not? Just think about it. If your relative is sick and now Korea and Europe and Russia will not give you the medicines, then what will you do? You need to resolve yourselves, because health is your responsibility. And think from now. And if you will not become a good specialist, then you will have a difficult situation in future. Produce medicines. Think about ways to treat, about new technologies to treat. And you have good specialists among you. Learn from them. And if you go to a surgical room, they get good practice first, and then they make good science after. And I am happy with this experienced people, and we added them to our working group. Young people. So we have people to learn from, like Lazata Spolatova and others, like our panelists. You can learn from them. That's why I'm telling you, God didn't give us everything from birth, and didn't provide treatment from birth. That's why you need to invent everything yourselves. I will give you one example. There is not no science in Kazakhstan. We have science, and we have scientists. And in medicine during pandemic, I will explain one situation. Vaccine. It was a problem. How many people they got sick, and if Kazakh country didn't invent our own vaccine, then what situation we would be encountering? And if they don't give us Pfizer or something else, then what kind of problem we gonna have? And Kazakh, 6 million doses, 6 million people were vaccinated by Kazakh, and Kursulu Daltonkhaze, she helped us, and she is the president of our council, and she stepped out from amongst of you. This is the fourth vaccine that the World Health Organization, they requalified, and that's why Kazakhstan is confirmed. Just look what examples you have. Please get involved into science and get good results. That's why we invited all of you to tell you about everything. And you know that there is Ariel University in Almaty. It's like a good scientific center in our country. And there is the Achabarov Center. And there is the deputy director, Ildar Rafishev Fakhridiyev. Let's invite him to the stage to share his experience. Ildar, Mr. Ildar, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear organizers and colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. And I want to talk on the topic of National Academy of Science and applied science. Today we understand that medicine is one of the important parts in researchers' progress, which requires innovations everywhere. So we need these innovations every time. We are renovating everything all the time, and we need all these innovations. As the last 10 years showed, so So the science cannot be cannot exist separately. It is connected with physics, biology, and other scientists. So clinical visualization and understanding of DNS system, which are connected with non-medical specialities, and appliance of artificial intelligence for today in practice of healthcare is partly cured because of work of Alan Turing. As we can see today, so you have an evidence that we have many funds and many programs which propose grants for researchers. So the state suggests budget, and looking to this to applications for these grants, we can see that the number of appliances is not enough, and we want to increase this number. And medical sphere for today has difficulties because of the lack of interdiscipline approach, and we want to integrate scientific researches, clinical practice, and innovation technologies. All of this will bring to solving our tasks and problems. So the first key issue is reunion of collaboration of scientists, clinicists, and engineers in joint work on actual medicine problems. So because it is a really difficult task to achieve. After that, we need to form and support the database of researchers in order researchers have a wide access to this information. The next problem is attracting financial to implement key projects. Providing active informational exchange among all the participants of ecosystems, and supplement of innovative medicine technologies on the base of joint researches. As we understand, this situation requires a serious approach. However, for today, in the world, there are international disciplined centers in the sphere of healthcare. For example, Institute Broad can be a good example for this. So this is one of the area in Massachusetts University and Harvard Medical School with all affiliated hospitals. So this institute represents the example of collaborations of interdisciplined terms. In order to improve healthcare and to implement all these innovations, this institute managed to do this. In this structure, this university has its three main platforms. So it's the coordinational center, which regulates the activity of all structures which are in its system. The second is basic items. So its internal staff, which consists of doctors and physicians. Therefore, based on this system, we can make a plan of implementation for making a center in the region of Kazakhstan. What do we need for it? Firstly, we need to create assembly of working group, which will be consist of medical and to make a design of academic and professional programs. As a result of this working group, which was formed, so these groups will form micro groups with special tasks, solving special technical task. So to do program on financial issues, and in the aim of implementation of the high level of working this center, so this task will be passed to Ministry of Kazakhstan. So which is the structure of this center? Firstly, it's managing management, who will make strategic plans, scientific departments and laboratories. So it will be sub-departments which will have its own coordinator and program and its own investigation group. So clinical partners, and during making this center will be medical organizations for applying and testing scientific researches, and also center of data and analytics will be needed. As we know, during all the scientific program, we need biostatistics method, which for what we need a separate center. Administrative financial department is also necessary, and also communicative and PR management, which will work with communication, finances, and public relationships. At the end, it can lead to making educational platform, which will suggest cooperation. What can we have as a result of this center? So the first, integration among different specialities, which will let us to accumulate all the knowledge from all the spheres to key solution of one of tasks. As we understand, for today, it is not possible to have scientific research without participation of additional instruments or additional scientific investigations, not only in medical spheres. What we can say that creating this center will play a very big role in investment. Thank you for your attention.
Participants, now it is a discussion session. If you have specific questions about specific topics, you can ask. If you have any ideas to share, thoughts, please raise your hands. Please, yes. To the microphone. Introduce yourself.
My name is Romanov Azamat, and I'm the representative of our unity in our university, so Department of Developing Students in our university. I don't have a question, but I want to tell a little bit about our organization and suggest some ideas to implement. Thank you for this opportunity to tell without any presentation, but I want to tell a little bit information. So we are existing from 2008 since 2018, and during the last period of time we suggested new plan of development and restricted functional activity and structural organization. So in the whole is the changing of our level. And now, as Bakhtiar Talgatovich said, so we are bringing from the first grade young scientists, giving them what? So our work is aimed to organize in a correct way. So we will learn them how to work with statistics, but also with Jamovi. So we're working with reference managers, and we are working a lot aimed on cooperation of our young society, and all of these activities are aimed to differentiate basic competences. So we are cooperating with Arziver and internal part of our university. So we are aimed in order to create hub of competences which will let the best speakers of our republic to represent skills, to share skills and knowledge which not only give us the basic competences but also advanced competences. Now for that, somebody from Asfendiyarov University said about integration. In our society, we want to have a communicative reorganization. So earlier, it was working like one of the students just join and doing in this organization system. So in all areas of our system, so we are about 50 in each of this group. They have their specific topics, and on these topics we are trying to find scientific organizer. And also we digitalize this work. Now we want to work on technical task, and our digitalization department system is working well in this case. Each of them can choose scientific manager for himself, and vice versa. Manager can choose a student for himself. And we as a team and administration of university helped us and paid attention to financial support. Not only not the young students, but current students, and helped in receiving current grants. Now we're trying to have a reform of financial encouragement of bachelors, and as Bakhtiar said, that we need to understand clearly what students will gain after doing this or that kind of work. We don't hope on financial support, but for example, if we publish in Q2 quarter, it is necessary to be written in NPA that what will be in the priorities of students. So we have these appliances, but they are internal in our university. But what, for example, if a student will have a wish to enter Asfendiyarov University, I mean, not to have just only financial motivation, but also non-financial. But now I want to finish my brief speech, and I want to express my gratitude to all the participants. Unfortunately, without presentation, but we are full of ideas, and we are full of energy, and there are really many students in our university, and we are ready to have cooperation.
Can I ask a question? Hold on for a second. Question. I will answer you. I will answer in Kazakh. You understand it? Yes. Okay. All the measures for students, like Scopus, MDPI, and other databases, everything is published. And for young scientists, so issues of students, by participating in such projects and by publishing your works, it's very good. Do you know Q1, Q2, etc. publications? Do you know about it? Because if your management, if your leaders tell you about it, if you do work in this direction, it's very good. But there are projects that are granted by the state, grant financing for the bachelor's degree, for master's degree, for PhD degree. For the people, these grants, they allow people to participate in different grants, in different projects. And dear students, and there is funding for it, and you can participate in it, and you can do different scientific works, and you can get additional salary, for scientific work, and of course your works will be published in high ratings. They will be ranked very high in the international rankings. And a person who wants to become a good scientist, we must help them from the childhood, and that's why we created a state academy under the government for this, to support young specialists. Thank you for your speech. Are there any online participants? Hello, dear participants. If you have any questions, do you hear me? Please speak up. Please introduce yourself.
Пожалуйста, представьтесь.
Introduce yourself. My name is Sharapatov Eldar Abdeldaoula, Astana Medical University. I'm PhD student, urology faculty, and I'm sending my greetings from Seoul, from my internship. It's in scientific work, and I'm very interested by your discussions. And I'm a young scientist. I am 31 years old. I have several proposals because we have such an opportunity. First of all, to develop medicine in Kazakhstan. The first issue is material technical basis shortage. For today, young scientists, and not only young scientists, the first issue is the lack of laboratories vivaries, because the price of reagents is also very high. The second issue, grant funding, is also lacking. It's not enough, because I noticed in one presentation there is a competitiveness, because there are lots of competition. Now we do experimental studies, researches with the specialists from Korea. What is good in Korea and what is different in Korea? First of all, database. It means in Korea, all the diseased people, their analysis, their parameters are in the database. And we lack such databases in our Kazakhstan. For example, PhD student, when he goes to first year, when he does researches, and first of all, when he does clinical researches for diseases, and for example, oncology, and he takes biomaterials, and blood or lympha or anything else, and it takes time for him to collect it. And this database, and they write all the parameters, what operations and all the information. And for such database, my proposal is to create maybe I don't know, maybe to create it in Kazakh, to create it. But it will help to a lot of scientists in Kazakhstan. It's number one. About biobank in Korea, when diseased people go through operation, every organ is passed to the biobank. Why is it necessary for? When we have next studies, for example, I am as a urologist. For example, when I study cancer, I need biomaterial. And for this, for scientists in Kazakhstan, it's a very important problem in Kazakhstan. That's why we need to create biobank. It means if we create biobank in Kazakhstan, it will help us a lot in our studies, in our researches. It will facilitate our work. So these are my main ideas for you to implement. And thank you for your participations. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. Also, one request, how to develop science in Kazakhstan. When I studied Korean experience from 1960s, they had very good growth. They invited specialists from abroad, and they developed their science. And for us to develop our science, we need to also invite specialists from abroad to learn from. Thank you very much. Here, your ideas are very correct. From Korea, you're connecting, and you're very passionate about your country, and you're asking your questions. And from such a long way, despite the time difference, and if we have this such number of scientists, and if such scientists come back to our Kazakhstan and deliver all good technologies, we will have very good results. I'm not telling you don't go abroad. Please go, learn, and bring this experience to Kazakhstan. Because Kazakhstan taught you, and you learned here, and you go abroad, study there, and you need to come back and give your contributions to Kazakhstan. I'm very keen with such specialists like him. And dear colleagues, about devices, he said very good, because they are very old. And Asghar Serkul, our vice president, when he entered the office of the president, he said about the shortage of devices, of instruments, and medicine and any other area, and they are very old, and he said about it. And about this area, separate financing means will be allocated, and it will be updated, modernized. And to develop science, to learn, he went to Korea, this guy, and they have a lot of laboratories, but we don't have so many laboratories. And that's why we need to create conditions in our country. And I hope that such projects to develop our laboratories will be also developed in Kazakhstan. And also we have lack of grants, funding grants. 2 years ago, grant funding, 3 years ago, it was about 50 million from the state. Now, as you know, for this year only, it is 150 billion. So from 50 billion, it raised to 150 billion. And from next year, it will be 250 million, 250. So it is discussed now. New law, it is discussed. And for domestic product, 1% must be spent for science. Our domestic product, it is more than 1 trillion tenge. And state, they want to spend big money for science. Hopefully it will be implemented step by step. The attention will be paid more and more to science. And like my colleague said, Ildar, interdisciplinary center, why is it necessary for? It means if you're a specialist in medicine, like our young specialist said, we need a database. Who will create database? IT specialists. And these two areas, interdisciplinary centers must be there. We have to create and establish in Kazakhstan. And only when they touch each other, such projects will happen. That's why Ildar said it very right, to create such centers. An academy must take it into consideration, because since academy started its work, it's been only 4 months, and state will support it. And other issues we raised, very up to date, we wrote them, and Dinara Khanat-Kızı, and please add it to our resolution, to our means of meeting, and it will be good ideas for our future work. Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions? Please speak to the microphone. Okay, thank you. Please give her the microphone. Please come here and ask.
Совета молодых ученых, и вопрос, соответственно, коллеге, да? Бахтияр Мырза, сізге бір сұрақ.
One question to Mr. Bakhtiar. About publications.
Буду входить сейчас в курс дела, организовывать весь этот процесс, проводить нужные, скажем так, метрики, да, по которым мы можем отслеживать этот процесс максимально грамотно, объективно и ставить максимально органичные, да, в научных реалиях цели. Спасибо за вопрос, надеюсь, ответил на него.
Рахмет. Айдос Мырза, ортамызға қош келдіңіз. Сізді тыңдап тұрмыз.
Руслан Гергалевич, Ляззат Асболатовна, сөз берген.
Thank you. about, I'm director for strategy, Doskaliyev. I will not take much time.
Ежегодно проходит лечение около 5 тысяч пациентов, таким образом более 5 тысяч пациентов. Таким образом, за 15 лет мы пролечили уже более 70 тысяч пациентов. И у нас все данные этих пациентов, пролеченных пациентов, имеются. Далее я хотел сказать, что мы занимаемся параллельной наукой тоже. У нас есть единство, то есть клиника, наука и образование. 3 единства у нас есть это. 3 единства это очень важно. Да, я хотел еще раз подчеркнуть момент этот. Почему? Потому что
so clinicist, if he doesn't give his knowledge to next generation, but he will lose his knowledge. But if he pass his knowledge to such students like here we have, so it will be there will be development in each sphere. And further, what concerns science, so such specialists who have a very big experience, so they will have hypotheses and any kind of ideas, and these hypotheses will be under the research. As for if we imagine a different situation, if one clinicist will turn to science or education, so later it can be turned as he will finish his employment there. So the same is according education. So if we change these kinds of areas, so if he pass his old knowledge, it will be not sufficient. During 10 years, it will mean that he will pass you old knowledge. That is the reason why clinic is really important for us. So we held, so we win grants, and until 1 billion tenge we win, and we do it successfully. And I want to say the next. So we have, I have one colleague. Is according biobank. So we have created biobank of pathology of neural system. We have frozen. So in the frame of this biobank, so we created the databases. We have electronic database where we have all the analysis of our clients before operation and after operation. So we include all the data there. So also we have histological images. And also we can make an order to Korea, and he can send us these images, and it will not be like an image of JPEG image. So it will be like a microscopic, and so we did it in the frame of scientific researches. So in our center we have residential. So we teach neurosurgery. There we have about 72 neurosurgery that graduated our university, and now we have 30 neuro surgeries. Due to interdisciplinary investigation, so the case that neuroscience as So it was studied upside down everywhere. So now it is now it is studied in parallel disciplines, for example, neuroscience and genetics. So we need to make interdisciplinary investigations, and such researches we have completed according 3D technology. So we developed 3D images. So we did it together with LTD Galam. So it is a company which works with space researches. And here we require improvements. So improvements are required, and many questions occur that we try to find the answer by ourselves. So it was very difficult who was responsible for. But all the responsibility we take on ourselves, and in the future, if we will work on this sphere, it will be completed. And the second interdisciplinary subject is patents. So who will be the owner of this patent? So only one owner can have this patent. So maybe they will have separate agreements. And the next is production. As a rule, scientific investigation is working with scientific organizations. It can be our center and medical university, or another scientific organization. And when we have learned all of these questions, we cannot do another qualification and work with another production. So here we need to go out in interdisciplinary researches. And the next is a scientific problem. It is due to our future, when we have grants in the future. So our wish is to have grants annually, so each year, not only at the end of the year. So we were discussing these questions, and we considered all the recommendations, and I agree that we need interdisciplinary, because not only with science you cannot do the practice, and vice versa. It can be interrelated. Thank you for your support and for your speech.
My question is, it's kind of a proposal for the scientific academy. Myself and my colleagues, my group mates, we don't have scientific library. But in our library, all the books are outdated. And there are very few books in English. Even in Astana, if we compare it to Nazarbayev University libraries, they have very good library, and it works 24/7. And what if we open such libraries like in Nazarbayev University, because that library is mostly dedicated for their students, and it would be good to open such a library university for our students. Thank you for your proposal, and we have a website, a web portal. So there is we want to create a database, a library, electronic library we want to create a very good, big database, because some people want to get information in Kazakh, some people want to get in English, and we want to increase the book fund, and it will be implemented. Thank you. Also, collaborate. In Nazarbayev University, they have a wonderful library.
But they don't use it even to 15%, and I think that this collaboration among libraries will be better.
Lazat Aspoulakazı, management of universities, 2 universities, by signing a memorandum, they need to give, they have the opportunity to use the library. Request for you, Youth Council, please go to Nazarbayev University. If there is a memorandum, you can use their library. Dear colleagues, students, we are witnesses of a wonderful summit. My name is Aynur Serilkhanova. I am a newly elected young scientist in the academy, and I am a graduate of George Washington University Bolashak program, and for today, and I am a member of Scientific Council for your area. I'm very happy to be here to see myself. Scientific Academy, we have a main principle: let's move from words to action. And I want to express my ideas, my thoughts. And the colleagues are saying in Korea, young scientists, and they have very big competition. And the member of Scientific Council, by working in it, out of 150 projects, 135 projects were elected. It means like more than 90%. The most one is 103 million. The least is 63 million. And for young people, any project for 40%, for 50%, must be filled for 40–50% by young scientists. Nobody can move out young scientists, and nobody can make barriers for young scientists to work in science, in education. There is democracy, and it's good. And like it was said previously, there are 3 main principles from my experience. In our projects, why many of our projects are not elected? Because we don't have enough specialists like Q1, Q2. For previous question, I want to answer as follows. For today, if you started from the university, and if you started collection points, scores, and you must make overviews in Scopus, and you need to work together with others. Nobody can become a good scientist very quickly, but slowly, I can tell you my age. My age is 38, and for 20 years I've been doing science since bachelor's degree, and then this passion for science still was kept, and our dreams, in due time my dream was to go to America, and because of science I was able to go to America among 500 students when it was first announced, and the president said himself through the competition, I was elected. And in laboratories and different works, please participate everywhere. And I can answer the previous questions. If you start from today, if you add articles Q1, Q2, Q3, 25, 30, if you add articles to it, and university, in the scientific department of the university, in the international collaboration establishment, you need to establish contacts with your foreign colleagues through international department via conferences. I myself am a bridge with different foreign colleagues, and you can also influence by participating. Secondly, master's degree students, PhD students, due to Bologna process, if you go anywhere for 3 months or for 6 months, you can go abroad and make a scientific work there. Not just rest, but work there together with foreign colleagues. And please make it continuously. For example, you get acquainted with one scientific master, then you have, through him, you have to get acquainted with other 3 scientific leaders, because when you can be sent to other scientific conferences. Through one person, you can get acquainted with other 5 people. Another life hack. If you do, and if you want to write scientific work, you need to make collaborations with others. Really, together with Nazarbayev University, Asfandiarov University, Karaganda University, Medical University. If you don't make collaboration with them, you will not be a team and you will not reach a win. This is important. And scientific works, in order to write projects, when you discuss and when you explain, please participate live in YouTube. And if YouTube channels, it is always archived. Please, if you watch them very carefully, you can understand where winning points, where not winning points, you can understand. By watching them, you can understand, and you'll have the opportunity to win projects. So I only from the 5th time in a row, I just was able to win. How to go abroad? How not to stay behind from this? Because I came back to Kazakhstan. Of course, your passion for Kazakhstan, whatever funds are there, the main thing is to return back home. My thought is for one projects in Kazakhstan. If you go to America, and like me, I was working there, and we were able to be financially independent, and it doesn't go from you. So because financing was with me, and we had opportunity for Scopus, for scientific databases, we were able to enter. And here, the National Scientific Academy, I want to propose you. We have post-PhD students, and we have also PhD students and young scientists. We have councils of young scientists for Scopus database. Please open a free of charge access for them. That's why they will not be reading old books, and they need proper up-to-date books. Of course, classics we also need, but now there is a new time, and Scopus database, Google Scholars, there are very good authors. Please help them from today for young scientists to be able to participate in their big projects. And I think they will get good achievements. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ainur, with very good work, with very big work. You came and shared your experience with such people in our working group, in our round table. We'll have discussions, and we will try to implement our thoughts there. Hello, welcome. Now we are happy to participate with young specialists. I will introduce myself. My name is Sarjanov Ahreddin. I represent Kazakh-Turkish University, Hoja Ahmed Yassawi. I'm a doctor, laboratorian, and Lezat Khanem is our colleague. And we went through articles. I studied in Turkey, and improved my scientific skills. Now in Scopus, there is a World Health Organization database, and when I came back to Kazakhstan with education from Turkey, I was going to implement my knowledge here. But when I came here, our science is a bit behind, because Astana, Almaty are the dominant centers, and Kızılorda, Turkestan, and other cities, there are no scientists because there is no opportunity there. And I have several proposals for you, because development of science, it must develop in regions. If we develop only in centers, there is no sense. There is next generation sequencing. I'm a specialist in it. Bioinformatics, we did works in there. It's only for Nazarbayev University and Astana Almaty. And then in periphery, you cannot find it anywhere. I'm a graduate of Turkey. Everywhere in periphery, they develop everything. And doctors, physicians, they know everything. And it depends on molecular methods. If we don't develop molecular ways, we don't develop other areas. Gain camera in Russian. To perform them, we need centralized research centers. But our universities, when they have a laboratory and you go there, it's a very small one. But we need to have Merkezi, centralized center for metagenome. Please be patient for laboratories, for maybe not for every university, but for every district, for every region, to deal with the genome for molecular. And if we create such centers, and if we take Turkey, and they take materials, and so these materials are coming from hospitals, from state hospitals. But what happens in our country? Our hospitals are separate, universities are separate, laboratories are separate, clinical laboratories. We know the situation there. If they work, that's enough. But there is no even quality control. There is no internal control. And such information, students, as assistants, they publish everything. It's necessary for hospitals and universities. There must be connection. And for medicine, all the materials, they must come from patients, not from anywhere else. You don't have communication. Even in Kazakhstan, there is no communication. If you go to state, I am a We work for foremost money. It is very small. Rotavirus, adenovirus. It is the most dangerous virus for kids, like a reason for diarrhea from 5 to 8 years old. This is very simple. We don't do even express tests because it's not in our protocol. In abroad, there is protocol everywhere. Another issue, and associations. In our country, our associations don't work at all. They have a name, Kazakh Microbiology Society. We have 160 associations in Kazakhstan for medicine and for law, because it was doubt for me. Turk Microbiology Jemet, and everywhere, everything is there. And they have conferences. They have working groups, and they change their protocols. And we have just names.
Ашайын десек, мен өзім іздеп таппадым. Может, Ләззат ханым, сіз маған айтасыз шығар, қай жерде бар екенін.
Сіз жаңа осы сұрақтарыңызды біз өзіміз отырып талқылайықшы қазір. Өзіміз қалып, өтініш. Жастарды шаршатпайық қой. Осы кісілер осы жерде 4 сағат бойы отыр негізінде осы залда.
Жарайды. Тағында мен айтып кетедім, ассистент. Шетелде бәр жерде ассистент бар. Ал бізде официальный ассистент ұғымы жоқ. Профессорның ассистенті, біз сабақ береміз. Басқа анайқа жүгіреміз, мынайқа жүгіреміз. Ассистент жоқ. Екіншіден, әрине, адам болған соң бұл жерде әлеуметтік жағдай. Мысалы, жас ғалымдарымыз үй алам деп 4 жерде, 5 жерде жұмыс жасайды. Оларға ешқандай бағдарлама да қарастырылмаған мемлекет тарапы. Оның проблемасы семьяммен үйімді бағып, сол кредитімді, ипотекамды төлесем дейді. Егер де әрине жоғары квартирде мақала жарып жатқан хиршасы жоғары. Бұл жерде алысқа кетудің қажеті жоқ, хиршаға қараңыз. Количество цитирования сілтемелер санына қараңыз. Мақаласы әрине бұл жерде Q1, Q2-де әшейін мақала жариялап қою керек емес. Ол мақала шынайы түрде сілтеме алып жатыр ма? Егер ол, мен айтам, ол мусорный мақалалар деп айтам. Мысалы, қанша ғалымдардың күшті жариялаған мақалалар бар, бірақ олардың ешқайсысы сілтеме алмайды. Тұрады корзинасында. Мақалам бар ма дейді? Бар. Қанша сілтеме алды? Қанша ғалым қолданды? Жоқ.
Рахмет. Сіз түсіндік. Ойыңыз өте жақсы түсіндік.
Одан кейін, әрине, бұл мақалаларға тоже не келуге жақсы сілтеме алу үшін бұл шетелдік университеттермен коллаборация. Мысалы, менің жетекшім келгісі келеді.
Жаңа әріптесіміз Айнұр ханым соны айтып өтті ғой.
Жетекшім келеді. Америкада әріптестеріміз бар, Food and Drugs Agency, ол жердегі келем дейді, келінде шақырынды дейді. Бірақ шақырайын десек, бана орталық бір лабораториямыз жоқ. Ол нені көрсетеміз кен кезде?
Түсіндік, рахмет сізге.
Осылардың бәрін ескерсеңіздер. Сосын, там біреуін айтып кетейінші, ол ішім ашып жатыр енді. Әрине, мына жерде...
Әріптестер, мына ғалымдарды осы жерде біз сіздер үшін келіп отырмыз. Сіздер үшін, сіздер оны тыңдағыларыңыз келмесе, онда білмедім, мен түсіне алмадым. Осы кісілер сіздерге жанашылықпен айтып жатыр осы бәрі.
Руслан мырза, соңғы сөзін айтып кетейін енді. Бір жерден қарным ашқан нәрсесі, мен өзім ұлтым өзбек, оны жасырмаймын. Мына жерде отқан 90% қазақ, орыс жоқ шығар деп ойлаймын енді. Бірақ көп деген ненің барлы, енді ағылшынша білеміз, басқа тілді білеміз, орысшаны да білеміз. Бірақ әрине ғылымымызда қазақиландырып барып жұмыс жасасақ деймін. Оны біреулеріңізге ауыр тиетін шығар. Бірақ мен өзім өзбек мектеп оқығам, орыс мектеп оқымағам. Бірақ шетелде жақсы публикацияларымыз жасап жатырмыз, сол көптеген жиналыстар көбірек қазақшаға өзіміздің тілге мән берсеңіз.
Рахмет сізге, рахмет. Ойыңызға рахмет. Осы қазақ тіліңізге байланысты Асқар Жұмаділдаев ағамыз қазір көптен бері көтеріп жүр, ғылым тілі, қазақ тілі деген. Өздеріңіз естігенде шығарсыздар. Ғылыми қазақ тілінде мақалалардың, қазақ тілінде кітаптардың, ғылымды дәріптеудің қазақ тілінде көбейту амалдарын қазір үлкен іске асыруда. Ойыңызбен қосыламыз, ол да іске асатын болады. Әріптестер, барлықтарыңыздың келгендеріңізге рахмет. Ләззат болатыны, өзіңіз бір қорытынды сөз айтасыз ба жастарға?
Спасибо большое.
Пару слов сказать, я смогу остаться с вами.
Минута.
Минута у вас есть.
1 минута.
Добрый день, меня зовут Айдос Булатов, я окончил медицинский университет Астана, а также Ariel University Medical Center. Меня хорошо слышно?
Да.
Видеозвонок с Шэньчжэньского университета, Китай, являюсь докторантом первого года. Вот. Во-первых, вряд ли я смогу с вами остаться на заседании, так как время разное, во-первых. Во-вторых, вряд ли будет Zoom поддерживаться в дальнейшем. Хотел бы подчеркнуть следующие моменты. Во-первых, это касательно финансирования PhD-докторантов в Казахстане. Знаю немало случаев, когда PhD-докторанты, чтобы завершить свою диссертацию, продают свои машины, продают свое имущество, чтобы как-нибудь, да, какими-то силами, финансовыми средствами завершить свои исследования в рамках диссертационной работы. 200 тысяч, которые стипендия выделяется от государства, да, она повышается, я согласен, но ее хватает, я думаю, только на то, чтобы ученый молодой докторант мог прожить до следующего месяца, но никак не финансировать свои исследования. Современная наука требует новейших исследований, аппаратуры, реагентики, в том числе я сам лично заинтересован в генетических исследованиях. Они являются дорогостоящими. И одно из путей я вижу, это то, что докторантура должна либо финансироваться в рамках каких-либо научных проектов, и только таким образом проходить именно само обучение, и либо повышать сумму стипендий, и из них говорить, что энная сумма будет выделяться на обучение докторантов, да, энная сумма будет выделяться на именно их research, где они могут через университет, да, имея эту сумму в запасе, закупать необходимую реагентику и оборудование. Во-вторых, касательно грантового финансирования научных проектов, которые выделяются Министерством образования и науки, Министерством науки и высшего образования. Во-первых, хотел бы сказать, что оно условно говорится, что максимум дается на 90-100 миллионов. Я благодарен государству, что суммы повышаются. Я слежу за новостями по этому поводу. Но просто сказать, что вот в этом году мы там выделили столько триллионов, но максимальная сумма одного гранта может быть 100 миллионов, например, до 110 миллионов. Но в чем смысл, когда, допустим, самый маломальский секвенатор, позволяющий проводить научные исследования, стоит 90 миллионов? Да? Как мы можем дать 100 миллионов, да, и из них все 90% отдать только на одно оборудование, не включая какую-либо реагентику? Во-вторых, это строгие сроки окончания, да, завершения проектов. Предлагаю, чтобы, как в Назарбаевском университете, у них есть Collaborative Research Project, да, CRP-проекты, где ученые спокойно могут продлить свой отчетный период, например, да, если у них вовремя публикация не прошла. У меня есть 12 публикаций в Скопусе, да, и я хочу вам сказать, что в среднем публикация в лучшем случае займет 3-4 месяца, да, если это вы подали в первый же журнал и прошли там 1-2 круга ревью.
Айдос, рахмет.
Да.
Айдос, рахмет сізге.
Айдос, спасибо большое. Все ваши предложения мы учтем, и большинство из них уже про это говорили. Вы еще раз подчеркнули о том, что это важно на самом деле, да. Просто, коллеги, вот смотрите, вы говорите про стоимость. Для молодых ученых 4 раза в год, вот Руслан Эргалевич говорит, объявляют гранты на поддержку, на публикации, на научные исследования. Вы не бойтесь, подавайте, там несложно совершенно, то есть там нет какой-то бюрократизации, куча документов, просто ваше желание. Давайте вот на этом я сейчас завершу наше заседание. Я вижу, что вопросов поднимается очень много, и поэтому это будет не последнее заседание. Спасибо большое Медицинскому университету Астаны за гостеприимство, за то, что выслушали, отсидели сегодня, несмотря на то, что сложно. Телефоны вы все видели, контакты видели. Пожалуйста, пишите, звоните, приходите. Я думаю, что это заседание не последнее. Вам всем удачи и здоровья.
Енді құрметті жас ғалымдар, естелікке соңғы бір жақсы бір бүгінгі қорытынды сурет болсын. Мұнда келіңіздер, бір суретке түсейік сіздермен.
Уважаемые коллеги, если у вас остались какие-то вопросы, вы можете подойти мне после сессии данной и задать их в личном порядке.
Recording stopped.
Базовое образование география, қорғағаным экология. Конференция в Астане.
Будем вставать.